What is up, YouTube? It is good to see you guys jumping in the room, and holy snaps, there's a ton of you here already. There's like 500 of you here in the room. Make sure you hit that like button. Okay, tonight we're going over a bunch of stuff. We're going to be jumping around a lot. In the title, you see it says Summer Wells, Stacy Wondra talks. We're going to talk a little bit about the Delphi murders. And of course, the 3 Kansas City fans found dead outside of this man's home. I don't care what people say. They're saying this ain't no homicide. These people wasn't killed. There's just no way in the right mind in this world. 3 people sat outside in a 30-degree temperature day. It dropped to a low of 18 and froze to death when they had vehicles and they were at a house. Okay. So they're just like, oh, this is a good place just to drop dead. There's no way in the world that could have happened. And for the police to think there ain't some type of foul play here, to me, seems insane. Okay. But we'll go into that in just a little bit. So apparently today, you know, we had that interview we did with Stacy Wondra. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. So Stacy's been kind of making his rounds around YouTube. And today he was on Justice for All. Okay. Justice had him on. We're going to listen to a little bit of that interview because I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Okay. So this is going to be a little bit of a review, a little bit of to see if he said similar things to what he said to me. Okay. I have no clue yet. Like I said, I haven't seen it. I did hear that the Josh from the lab came up throwing some hard questions at him. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Josh had to say to him. From my understanding, I have talked to Stacy today, and he's supposed to do something else, I guess, with Justice tomorrow. But we may bring Stacy up here tomorrow night, okay, and let you guys ask him questions. Okay, so if there's something you want to ask Stacy Wondra, think of your question tonight. Okay, because the last time we brought him up here, I sat here, I interviewed him, I asked him a bunch of questions, and you guys really didn't get to ask questions. So tomorrow night, after he does this little interview with Justice or whatever he does tomorrow, we'll bring him up here tomorrow night. I know how to get a hold of him, and we'll let you guys fire questions off. And I'll get Stacy to answer those questions for you guys. Okay. Because a lot of people hit me up. We're like, Jimmy, why didn't you ask them this? Dolly, why didn't you ask them this? And I was like, hey, you know, I had a list of things that I was trying to go over, questions that I had in mind. You may have something different that you want to ask this man, and you'll have that opportunity. So give me 1 second. Let me blow this up. I want to share my screen with you guys real fast. Share screen, entire screen with audio. Share. Let's pop this up. Okay, so like I said, Stacy was on Justice's channel today. Don't strike me. This is fair use for criticism, news, reporting, all that good shit that you supposed to say when it's under the fair use stuff. Okay.
Thank you all. Hey, Stacy, how are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Stacy, for being here today. I've only got to talk to you. I just talked to you today for the first time, actually. We was talking with our friend Brooks. So thank you for coming on. This is, I know.
Okay, for anybody that don't know, Brooks is Crime, Lines, and Lies. Okay, you'll never say that 3 times fast, but that's who Brooks is. If you ain't checked out Brooks, Stacy has did a few different interviews with Brooks. Okay, so there's a few on her channel. He's did an interview with Eve. Is it True Crime with Eve? But either way, he's putting his story out there. So now you can kind of see, is his story matching up? You know, is his story matching up? Is he telling Eve the same thing that he's telling me? Is he telling Justice the same type of things? But he's openly coming out and speaking that's a lot different than these other people trying to hide from this. Like, I don't think this is going to go away, even if you hide. I think Stacy realizes that, hey, this ain't going away. I might as well say what I got to say and try to plead my innocence.
Been a topic of your life for sure since July 2021, and you've I've saw some interviews
Now,
that
I
you've
am going to
done
prepare you.
on.
This is going to be a slow interview, okay? A slow interview, okay? I'm just picking on Justice. I'm just picking. He does talk a little slow.
On the news locally there, and you say you want to be honest and clear your name, and that's great. I appreciate.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to speed Justice up just a little bit. Okay, what do we got to 1.5? Let's see, playback speed. Normal. Is it up? Let's see. Does that make them faster?
Appreciate your time. What tell me a little bit about who Stacy is. Where did you grow up? How did you grow up?
Okay, that's better.
All the above. Tell me a little bit first about that.
Briefly, I was born in Merced, California.
Okay.
My biological parents are deceased. My mom died in May 2003. My dad died before I was born of a drug overdose. Same with my mom.
Okay. So I learned something here. I didn't even know that. I didn't know his real mom and dad had passed away from drug overdose.
I was adopted, or my mom got guardianship on me. I guess adoption and guardianship are two different things. Can't really explain the two. I'm not sure how to, but I know that I was adopted, or had guardianship. My mom got guardianship of me that I have now. I'm in constant communication with her every day. She supports me, the best way she can, mentally, emotionally,
And this is your bio mother?
No, biological mom died. This is my adopted mom.
Okay. And
okay, so he has a adopted mom. His biological parents are dead.
And when did she adopt you? Like what age?
I was 13 months old, I believe.
Okay. So she's your mother.
Correct. She's all I've known my whole life. Yes.
Right. Okay. And you was adopted.
Justin's going way back to birth. Okay. All right. We just need to go back to the day that Michael Monkey Vaughn went missing. We don't need to go back to conception. He went back to the birth.
Adopted. Okay. Was your mom and were they related of any sort, or was this just a different adoption? Okay. Do you know anything about like your real mom or anything?
I know she was a very hardcore drug addict. She was homeless a lot.
Yeah.
Had different kids with different different dudes.
Yeah. You ever thought about doing one of those?
He's going full Nancy Gray. Where were the parents?
What is it, like 23andMe's or family? You might have a lot of siblings out there you not know.
Well, I know who my siblings are, but I don't know much. I don't really talk. I don't talk to them at all.
Right. And how did you end up in Idaho?
Sarah.
Oh, okay.
My wife that I got married.
That's how you always end up in Idaho. It's always a woman. It's always an Idaho that ends you up in Idaho. Okay.
Okay. And so when did you meet Sarah?
November of 2017.
Okay, November 2017. Did you meet her online?
Live links. It was a chat line.
Live links.
Okay, so he's on the dating apps. All right, be prepared, ladies. When you're strolling through damn Plenty of Fish, you're gonna pop up on Stacy.
Okay, is that still around?
Oh yeah.
Is it? Okay, I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Is it like a dating or just a social?
Well, it's a dating. It's mainly for people to go to hook up or find
okay
relationships of looking for love or whatever.
Gotcha. Yeah,
so it's a hookup site. So he's getting up on these hookup sites, Stacy. We're gonna have to talk about that. All right, we're gonna talk about that.
Is Sarah from Idaho?
She grew up in Portland.
She grew up in Portland. Okay, so her family is in Portland.
No, her family. She only some of her family is in Oregon, but as her adoptive side of the family, and then her adopted mom and dad, lived in Fruitland, Idaho. They were actually the owners of the house on Redwood Street.
Right. Right. Okay. That's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Okay. All right. Okay. How was school growing up? Like how
Rough.
rough? Rough. Okay. Um,
I was in
did,
special ed my whole life, so
right. Okay. That's okay.
Did that make school rough? I thought the special ed kids got to play with all the cool toys and shit.
And did you graduate?
I made it to 11th grade, and then I started.
Oh.
They froze. They froze. Like the Kansas
I don't
City
know.
people. That's exactly what happened in Kansas City right there. All of a sudden they were there and then they were froze. That is a crazy one. So I don't know if we're going to get through all of this interview with Stacy. I just wanted to go over some of it. Okay, if you want to watch the whole thing, of course you can go over to Justice later, watch the whole thing. But we're just going to watch about 15 minutes of it or so. If he gets to the good stuff, like Justice went way back. And when I mean way back, I mean he went way back to his birth. You know what I'm saying? He wants to know the doctor's name that delivered him, what time he was smacked on the ass. So if we can get to the part where Mikey goes missing is what I'm looking for.
Little disconnection there.
I made it to 2009, and then I transferred to another group home, and
Go to the
I
part
won't
where
really
Josh
go
comes
into
up.
it, but
Right.
I've been to like 5 or 6 different group homes.
Right. I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. All right. So tell me about the morning of July 27th.
It was just a normal day for us.
Okay, we're here.
We woke up. It was Brandon, Sarah, Adrian, and I that were at the house.
Woke up quick.
Woke up
About noon. Just thought that
in the
I had to
morning,
be in
and
top noon soon.
got up, had breakfast, had coffee. Just we're talking, socializing. And then Adrian had wanted to go see his kid that was in Namper, Boise. I'm not exactly sure.
When did Adrian come in the picture? How long was he at your place?
A couple months.
A couple months? Okay. Okay. Now, Brandon, he said that he thought Adrian was there like a week and a half or 2 weeks.
No.
Okay. So there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And he flew in from California?
I don't know where he was picked up. My wife picked him up in Caldwell.
Maybe he's in DC. Okay. Taking pictures. Maybe. Okay. Well, definitely. No, he's definitely in DC. Now, did he come from DC? And here is one thing I want to clear up, guys. When Stacy was up here, he said that, the police told this man that this dude was a known person for trafficking. Okay. And he made it sound like it was kids. But it wasn't. Dolly does his research. We do our digging. Adrian was arrested for trafficking narcotics, not kids. Okay. Not kids. Now, is he responsible for something to do with this? He's definitely a suspect named by the police. But I think Stacy's information was a little wrong there. Unless there's something he's been accused of that he's not been charged with, but he has been charged with trafficking, the trafficking of a controlled substance, not of a child. Okay. That's one thing that when we, I want to clear up with Stacy. I talked to Stacy today too, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll dig into that information a little bit more of how he got this information. Okay.
He said that, my wife said that he told her that, or ex-wife, he should say, soon to be.
Like I said, I know where Adrian's at. I know what his charges were. I got up-to-date photo of him, all that crazy stuff, so.
Told her that he was living behind a dumpster in Caldwell.
Caldwell?
Idaho, yes.
Okay, behind a dumpster. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so go ahead. Continue with the story, sir.
It's all good. That morning we got up, did our routine normally. Breakfast, coffee, shit shower, whatever, you know what I mean.
Hmm.
Then Adrian had asked Sarah to take him to Nampa or Boise, wherever it was, to go see.
Is Justice wearing a short sleeve hoodie? Is that what he wearing? Is he wearing a short sleeve shirt with a hoodie on it? Or am I tripping?
His kid. And that was about 11 o'clock. They left. I got a phone call from Sarah. No, that was probably 10 o'clock, 10:30. They left. I got
So,
a phone call from Sarah.
sorry. So Adrian has a kid in Idaho.
I think he has a couple, but
A couple.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. I need to turn this damn phone down. Go ahead.
It's okay. Sounds like you're on scout or meet me.
No, I'm not. I promise. Okay. Sorry. It's just loud as hell.
It's
All
okay.
right. Go.
So Sarah took Brandon and Adrian. They all went together. I stayed home. I wasn't too fond of Adrian, just for the record. Like, I wasn't keen on him.
Hmm.
And I told Sarah that when she approached me and asked if we could help him out with a place to live. And I'll go into that in a little bit. But so anyway, so they went. She took him to go see his kid. I got a phone call about 11:30 from Sarah because she was the dispatcher.
See, that changed a little bit from what he told me. He just said that they took him home. Right? They took Adrian home. He didn't say nothing about he was taking him to see his kid. So a little bit different from what he said to me, but he may have just left that out.
For our company, and said that there was a taxi ride that needed to go from Ontario to Boise. I was like, okay, it's a $150 run. I'm not going to pass it up,
And what time was this?
I left. That was 11 o'clock. She called me roughly. And then
Definitely, guys, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button. There's like 900 of you here. Okay. Hit the like. That way the algorithm has to share this ugly face. Some of y'all think it's pretty. Some of y'all think it's all right. All right. But either way, hit the like button.
I left the house about 1
Mhm.
in the afternoon.
Do you have any receipts or anything of the call logs or anything?
Oh
that
no,
day?
those phone numbers are long gone.
Okay.
I'm sure we did, but yeah.
Okay.
There's no way I can pull that.
Right. I'm sure.
I'd love to.
Yeah. Adrian is not the one who went on JLR's.
Brandon did.
That was Brandon
Mhm.
who went on.
Okay. Now these other people are talking too. There's going to be some things that are going to keep coming out in this stuff. I'm here to tell you. I know things. Can't say everything, but just know I know things.
On JLR's. Now, Adrian is currently living in DC area.
According to Brooks.
Ah, Justin did his homework. He did his homework. Okay. All right. They're paying attention. Little late getting there, but look, they did it. They opened up the textbook. They flipped through. Okay. Lord help us. Dolly knows things. I be knowing things. It's scary sometimes. It's scary when Dolly be knowing, right? When I be knowing what's about to happen, it's scary. But I am the best psychic next to Donna Serafina on this internet streets. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't talk to Adrian. I don't want nothing to do with him, nor do I Brandon.
I've been emailing with him, so.
See. Look at them psychic abilities. See.
So we got him now.
Nice.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
You're good. So that's literally how the day started. Sarah took Brandon and Adrian. They all went together to Nampa or Boise to go see his kid, and I stayed home.
I'm almost feel psychic watching this video because right before I say some shit, and I promise you guys, I haven't seen this. Right? I just know these YouTube streets. Okay, I know this place oh too well.
Got the taxi phone call. I left about 1 o'clock. I stopped at the splash pad about 1:15, 1:30 ish.
Okay.
I don't know. It was in between 1:10, 1:15, 1:30 ish. I don't know exactly. It's so long ago, but
Now, why did you stop at the splash pad?
so I'm a Big Dipper.
Mhm.
He's a big dipper. Back up, people. It's Longhorn coming through.
A Big Dipper.
Right.
So I went to pull out my can of chew from my pocket.
Mhm.
It had fallen. I didn't apparently have a grip on it enough, and it fell on the passenger side, like up against the floorboard on the far side. I couldn't reach it.
What's up, Buddha Mike?
And I was really big at the time, like a lot bigger than what I was now, what I am now. So I couldn't just.
So Stacy's been on a diet, okay? Stacy was crushing them donuts the other night, though. I ain't gonna lie, Stacy was crushing them damn donuts. He was talking like, ah. I was like, I don't know, man. Stacy, but put them damn donuts down, Stacy.
Just reach over the console to grab it. So I literally had to get out of the car to get it. So I did that, walked around the vehicle, opened the door, grabbed my chew, walked back around, got in the car and left.
Okay. And that was at.
I mean, I'm redneck as shit. I'll tell y'all one thing, guys, I ain't never done. I ain't never tried to chew no tobacco. Okay. That's just never could I put that in my mouth. I would literally throw up. I don't know how people do it. I mean, I've known people, you know, I just think that is a nasty ass habit. You better off smoking a cigarette, okay, and dying of lung cancer like a good American, okay? That whole chewing tobacco where your lip falls off shit, it's nasty to me, right? And people be spitting everywhere. It just seems like a really nasty, gross ass habit. Like, I'd rather you smoke 4 packs of cigarettes a day and talk like Queen Bee, okay, than chew tobacco. I was working on a job site, right? And working in electrical. So we got to pull wire, which, you know, you pulling them through attics, you're pulling it through the walls. And we had somebody that was on a job and he was chewing tobacco and he kept spitting on the floor. I almost got in a big ass fight with this man over some chewing tobacco. Right? I was like, look, man, you can't be spitting on the floor on the job because we're pulling wires. And the last thing I want to do is be pulling a wire and it runs through your spit. You know, and the dudes, anybody that chews tobacco and you try to tell them not to chew tobacco, you already know it's going to be an argument. I'm going to tell you now, all right? Because you're dealing with somebody that chews tobacco already.
What time?
Give or take 1:30ish when I left.
Okay. And that was on your way to Boise.
On my way to Ontario to go to Boise.
Ontario to Boise. Okay. How far is Ontario?
Like a 10-minute drive. You just go over the bridge and you're there.
Okay. And Boise's what? 30 minutes?
60 miles, about an hour.
So an hour, give or take. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And who was you? Was it just? Did you just do one?
I think so. There might have been another taxi ride, but I know that it was because the timestamps that I sent you, I'm sure you'll post them up.
Yep.
There's time differences, so when I quote times on here, you guys have to forgive me because I'm not verbatim. Like I told you, I'm doing the best hypothetical guess with time, so please forgive me if they're not accurate.
Okay.
So he's really polite about it, you know, and I haven't found. This is one thing I have to say about Stacy. He hasn't ducked one question from me. Right now, I don't know if he's told me the truth, okay, but he ain't never act like, hey, I can't answer that question for you. It might not be like the best answer, you know, because you got to remember too, when you asking a man a question, you asking him a question from 2.5 years ago. Like I can barely remember what I did 20 minutes ago. But I think it's one of those things where, you know, crazy events happen. You're supposed to remember it. Like everybody remembers where they were during 9/11. Okay. I guess you can ask probably anybody in this room. Hey, where were you at? What was you doing? 9/11 when that stuff went down at the Twin Towers. Everybody in here could tell you where they're at. Me, I can remember where I was at and a bunch of different when the space shuttle blew up. I can tell you. These key events, like older people could tell you where they were at when John F. Kennedy got killed. It's just these crazy events in your life that you're supposed to remember. And it's a good thing that he is talking because we have learned more about the situation through it. And it is continuing to spread the word. Now, as we know, all these people are talking. These people, other people, that for some reason They want to point the finger at Stacy. I already know what's happened. You can't tell me, right? They're trying to point this finger at them and distance themselves at this point.
But a general.
Yes.
Is,
general. There was probably, I think there was only one taxi call that day for me.
Okay.
For when I got back, there might have been another one. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't remember.
All right, guys.
I know for sure there was one that was Ontario to Boise.
We got 1,000 people in the room. We got 391 likes. What? Y'all don't make me hop through this damn YouTube screen, right? Like you be watching on your smart. I'm gonna pop right out that bitch. You don't want that. You don't need that. Dolly's gonna end up homeless. Y'all do me a solid. Take a second. Thumb up the video. It's absolutely free this week. I'm not charging 1 cent to like it. Okay. I didn't even have to chat on members tonight. I let everybody in. At least ring the doorbell. Okay. Sign the guest book. Whatever other motherfucking YouTubers say. Just do it. Okay. Do it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you keep any logs or anything for your business?
We kept cash logs or payment logs, but only when people paid with card, and that was through our payment app that we use.
Right. Okay.
You know he won't pay no taxes on no cash. Okay, people pay in cash. Nobody pays taxes on that.
Okay. When you walked around, did when you dropped the chew, did you get out and walk like around the car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, honey, Adrian did.
Okay. Now, how long was you at the splash pad?
Maybe like 5 minutes tops.
5 minutes tops. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The police actually showed me a timestamp at 1:30 of me being at the splash pad. So
Okay.
that's why I'm saying 1:30. I was there for sure.
Okay. So they have.
Okay, so they have them at the splash pad 1:30ish. But that ain't nowhere near the time that Monkey went missing. Okay, they have it from 6:42 or 6:47 to 7 o'clock ish that he went missing. So him being at the splash pad really don't have nothing to do with Michael being gone, unless he's a creeper. Now I don't know if he's a creeper, but hey, people do stop and park at that splash pad. Here's a prime example. When I went to Fruitland, I went to Idaho, I'm driving around, there's a big parking lot there. So I pulled over to park to get my cameras, to get like different things out the car. So I kept parking there because it's just a big parking lot at the beginning of the neighborhood. So that ain't creepy because I had a reason to do it. And it was early in the morning. There wasn't no kids out playing. I didn't see one kid out at that park the whole time I was there. Matter of fact, I didn't see one kid. I guess after that, people don't want to let their kids out in that neighborhood. I don't blame them. You know what I'm saying? I'd be on my kid like a hawk if there was a kid that went missing in the neighborhood. So like the whole time I was out there, I didn't even see no kids playing. I seen people out there walking their dogs and things like that at the park, but I didn't see no kids out there ever playing like on the swings or nothing like that. So, and to get into that neighborhood, you have to go past that park. To get out, you have to go past that park.
You there. All right.
On video, yeah.
And they have you solely going around the car, grabbing that stuff, and then getting back in your car.
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone around the splash pad?
I think there was people around, but they were in a far enough distance. I didn't approach anybody. You know what I mean? Like I literally as it was recorded by the camera.
Right.
Got out and then got my chew, went back around the car and left.
Right. Okay. Did you ever stop at the splash pad often,
No.
Or it was just to get your snuff?
There's no reason to go to the splash pad. I ain't got kids,
Right.
So why would I want to? Why would I want to do that? It'd be kind of weird.
Okay. Right.
See, he even thought it was weird. Okay. But here's the thing. I stopped there. Okay. One, I shot a video from the splash pad, right? Because I wanted to show my viewers the splash pad. So I was at the splash pad, which ain't that weird because I'm there shooting a video. And I kept parking there because it's a big parking lot. And I had to have a place to park the car to get out, walk around the neighborhood. So it ain't strange unless you're strange. You know what I'm saying? If a normal person parks somewhere, you're a normal fucking person. parking your car. But if you're a little bit creepy, you know, that might be a bad thing. Like if you just see a dude sitting at the park, you know, most likely it's just a dude sitting at the park, but you never know that. Look, we live in a world where there is weirdos and kidnappers and sexual deviants and things of that nature. I mean, I don't say just go harass the dude that wants to sit at the bench at the park, but I think about those things before I go sit at a bench at a fucking park. You know what I'm saying? Let me go sit somewhere there ain't no kids. Okay? Because if you're a single one man by yourself and you're sitting just around kids and you ain't got no kids playing, to me, that's creepy. Okay? That is just absolutely creepy. Like, go sit somewhere there ain't kids. You know, because then you just seem like a creepo looking at kids. So.
Right. All right. So the detectives and the authorities, they have you on camera or a photo of some sort.
Correct.
Okay. And is there surveillance?
Yeah.
There obviously
There's
is
neighborhood.
somewhere.
Yeah.
But does like the splash pad have camera?
No, the splash pad does not have cameras, Justin. It's the house across the street that has it called all the video. If you're at the splash pad and you look directly across the street, it's not that house. If you look 2 houses over, it is that house.
Or a home of some sort.
And there's one on a house that the back of the house that faces the splash pad.
It's around there. Would have it. Okay. All right. Continue. Oh, okay. Do you know what were you wearing that? Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
Probably my black champion shorts that I used to have and a t-shirt, black t-shirt.
Okay.
That's what I usually wore. I was the most comfortable in.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you're on your way to the not Boise, but the other one. What's
Ontario.
Ontario. Remember Ontario, Canada, but Ontario,
Ontario, Oregon.
Okay. Ontario, Oregon. Yeah, because you're right there on the border. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, Fruitland sits on the border of Oregon. I mean, it's literally like you're in Oregon, you cross the border, you're in Fruitland, Idaho.
Go ahead.
So I went and picked up the client, went to the Boise airport, dropped him off. I think I hung out with Labor Dave, if I'm not mistaken. I went and visited him at his house.
Who's Labor Dave?
He's like a temporary employment person. Always had a bunch of odd jobs for people to do. Christian based. His real name is David Fears.
Piers with a P?
Fear. F as an F.
Okay.
Now this person is supposed to be deceased. This Labor Dave guy, he no longer is with us.
All right. And so he's some of your alibi at that point, which Michael hadn't even went missing yet at this point.
No.
So, but still, I'm just saying. Okay. All right. So you how long do you hang out with David?
I don't know, a few minutes, you know what I mean? It was a good chunk of probably 15, 20, 30 minutes tops.
Okay.
We got to remember though, at this time, Michael hasn't went missing yet. Okay. Michael don't go missing till 6. He goes back home and leaves again before Mikey goes missing. So I think a little bit of this stuff, it's just a little before the time frame. Really what matters is where was you at between 6:30 and 7 o'clock? Okay. Where was you at? And you know what he told me is that he stopped, he pulled over, put power steering fluid in the vehicle, where he explained to me, I want to explain to you, it's the street that looks right down to where Michael Monkey Vaughn lives. He said he's seen a child, but it appeared to have dark hair. But how much was he really paying attention? If he says he was just putting power steering fluid in his car, the kid had a toy in his hand. Okay, we know Mikey Monkey Vaughn, about the age that he played with what? Toys. Okay, maybe from a distance, he didn't look like he had darker hair, but it was a blonde-haired kid. Either way, around that time, there was only one kid outside, and that was Michael Monkey Vaughn. There wasn't no other kids outside at that time. And the kids that live in the house beside them kids are a little bit older. not small toy playing age kids. They're more in the 12 age range. So I believe the possibility is when he was putting that power steering fluid in his vehicle, he seen Michael Monkey Vaughn. Now, if he knows it was him or not, that I don't know. But I do truly believe the kid he saw at that time was the kid Monkey.
Okay.
It wasn't very long. I mean, he had stuff he was doing too, so.
Do you talk to him often?
I don't talk to him anymore. From what I heard, he's deceased. So I don't know if that's true or not.
That's okay. It's hard to talk to someone like that for sure.
Thank you guys.
All right, so you're there, 30-minute stops. Okay.
So upon leaving David, I came straight home, or came back to the Fruitland area. Apparently the timestamps, I didn't remember this, but I went to Ontario again to go. I stopped at A&W. A&W, which is by Kiwani's Park or whatever in Ontario.
I know exactly where that is. I went to that place so many times. The A&W right there. I know exactly where he's talking about.
Went there, got some food, I think, and went back to Fruitland.
Okay, so you go from Fruitland to Ontario to Boise, back to
Ontario to home.
Ontario to home. What? Now, why did you go back to Ontario?
To get some food. There's an A&W in Fruitland, but that was the complete.
One thing he did say was Brandon was wearing shorts that day, which is good because the guy caught in the TV was wearing shorts. Now, I looked at a really recent picture of Brandon, and I looked at the guy that they caught on CCTV, that video of the guy walking. I'm telling you guys, that's him. That picture is Brandon walking. I'm almost 98% sure that is Brandon. What is his last name? Shirtley or shirtless or some shit. But that is the Brandon character.
The direction I came back, it was
it's on the way.
It was on A&W on the way, but it was, you could see from the interstate, and it was completely packed, and I didn't feel like going inside from what I remember.
All right. Where is Sarah?
I ain't worried about the man eating. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the man was damn hungry when he was doing the interview. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, yo, he was crushing them donuts. He said he lost some weight, and that's good. I mean, crushing donuts ain't going to help you though. Right now, I don't want to crush some donuts right now myself. So, but I try to restrain from that. All right. Cause I'll blow up like a little baby chipmunk quick. I start crushing donuts like that. I'll be like a little chipmunk up in here. You'd be like, oh, look, it's a little chipmunk.
Adrian and everyone at this time.
Sarah or Adrian, according to timestamps again, according to what Brooke showed on the photo, again, timing can be off. So apparently what the timestamp it was for something when they took that photo, A&W or the Applebee's. So I was all I know is they were home when I got home. So
okay. So they were, and earlier that day,
Adrian didn't come back though that night. Just for the record, he stayed over in Namper.
So Adrian did not come back the night Michael went missing.
Correct.
Wait a minute. That's impossible. Okay, that's impossible. Listen to this. If Adrian was at the Applebee's at 4:47, right? How did they get him back to Nampa to drop him off 45 minutes away, get back and beat him to the house? All right, Stacy, we're gonna have to talk about. We're gonna have to really sit down and work this timeline a little bit. The time is off a little bit. So if you got home, then you almost immediately had to have left to go take Brandon to do the trailer. I think, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna have to work that timeline out a little bit because that picture showing up at that time. How did they beat you back to the house? I don't know.
Okay. Now, on July 27th, now this is Brandon's account. Brandon says he spends the night.
Yeah. He
Okay.
stayed the night a lot at our house.
Okay. All right. So you come back after you get your A&W and your ride. You did one, maybe
Mhm.
2 rides.
Correct. Which I think is probably the other reason I went to Ontario too. Just putting that out there.
So Stacy don't remember if he did 1 or 2 rides that day. Okay. You know, here's the thing. I know it's a good while back, but his time frame is off somewhere. It could be off because of his memory. It could be off because he's not telling the truth. It's either one of those two things, because it has been, like I said, good portion of time, or he's somewhere he's being dishonest, or he's missing something, because there would have been no way really that he could have beat them back in the time frame he's saying he gave, and Adrian still be gone.
Say that again.
I think maybe the other reason I went to Ontario too wasn't just for food, but it was to go pick up that ride.
Okay. So there. Okay. Another ride. Okay. Why did you guys always have a bunch of people in your house? Just curious.
There wasn't a bunch of people in the house. People make that excessive. They're literally, we had people come in sometimes who were just friends of friends, or friends of ours, or I think one point in time we let Brandon bring his buddy over, and his buddy's friend, but there wasn't an excessive amount of traffic like people make it.
Okay.
We didn't allow that in our house. We did have a heart. We did help people with a place to stay once in a while,
Mhm.
who were trying to get on their feet, because that's what, as Christian believers, we, try to help people who are in need,
Mhm.
So that's what we did.
Right.
But there wasn't a huge amount of traffic like people say there was. No.
Mhm. I wasn't sure if it was like cheaper labor, or something like that. I mean, you're staying at our house. Can you help out cheap, or whatever.
Okay, so he asked him, was he doing it for cheaper labor? I think there was more of a, I mean, I don't know. His girl seemed like I hate to say it, a super freak. The kind you don't take home to mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's sleeping with this dude, the other dude, with her husband in the house. It's like, yeah, it's definitely like a swingers type situation, and wow, it's totally Jerry Springerish for sure.
Help you get you on your feet or something like that. Okay. All right. So you come back home, and
Brandon and Sarah are on the couch.
And who's on the couch?
Brandon and Sarah.
Brandon and Sarah are on the couch together.
No, not together. They were on different couches, but they were both on their phones when I walked in.
Okay, they're on their phone when you walk in. Okay, now what else?
Okay, he added that. Okay, remember he said they were just chilling, hanging out, nothing unusual. Okay, but that could be just something, I sparked that in his mind or something. I don't know. He added to that a little bit, that they were both on their phones. So that's a little bit new from what he said to me.
I was approached by Brandon and Sarah saying that, Sarah talked to me first and was like, hey, Brandon wants to go get his car from CUNA.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, let's just get it over with, because Brandon had been pestering us a lot about getting his car. Like, it wasn't just one time he asked, it had been probably a couple of weeks worth of asking.
He'd been harping on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time was this approximately?
Timestamps, again, I'm referring back to the timestamps because I literally just found them yesterday. I got back into my email account, and my pictures from that year, last night, literally, thanks to Eve, who is also viewing, I believe. She helped me recover that. So I was able to get into that, and that's how I got those photos that you'll pull up eventually, with the timestamp attached.
Okay.
Now, I haven't seen these photos yet, guys, so these photos are going to be new to me. Like I said, I haven't seen Justin's interview. That's why I just decided to watch it with you guys. Like, I ain't going to watch the whole thing. I'm just going to try to get through where lab comes up here and goes off. Because I asked Stacy, I talked to him just a little while ago, and I said, "How did the interview go?" And he said it went good. You know, he said then the lab came up there, but he didn't say what the lab said. He was like, then the lab came up there, and it kind of went crazy from there. And I was like, oh, okay. So apparently Josh comes up here at some point.
So I'd say, it's gonna sound stupid, but going back to the timestamps, I would say 6:30 or 7 is when we left.
When you left.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you
Josh was point
at
blank with him. Okay, I can understand that. Josh is a straight to the point kind of guy.
6:30, 7 o'clock.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And you guys are making a trip from Fruitland
Correct.
to
Cuna.
Cuna. How do you spell Cuna?
Kuna.
Kuna. Okay. That sounds like Hawaiian almost. Sounds
It
like,
kind of does, huh?
yeah.
I got Hawaiian.
You do?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's see here. So Fruitland, Idaho to Kuna, Kuna.
45-minute drive usually. Yep.
Okay. All right. So
Remy says, I'll take this week's pineapple over last week's panda anytime. Okay. And I don't blame you. I think I will too. Okay. This is, I don't know. It's both bad. Okay. Both bad. Both crazy situations. How about that? That's probably better said.
yeah, 48 minutes. 48 minutes. It says from
I know my miles. I know
yeah.
my destinations.
Look, taxi driver.
Mhm.
Probably. So did you?
Well, you guys, tomorrow night, you will be able to ask Stacy any question you want to ask them. Okay. So think of what you want to ask them, and he will be here to answer questions that the turtles have for him tomorrow night. And I told him, I said, Turtle's going to ask you tough questions. He said he didn't care. You can ask him whatever. All right. So tomorrow night, I don't know exactly what time. He's doing part 2 with Justice. And then I'm going to bring him on, and you guys will be able to ask him questions. So think tonight what you want to ask this man, and tomorrow you will have your shot. All right.
Guys,
Think of stuff I may have missed. Think of things that Justice may have missed. Think of things that Brooks may have missed. Make sure you got some good stuff for tomorrow night to ask. Okay. That's your homework for the night. Come up with something really good to ask this man tomorrow night.
take 84.
Yes.
Okay.
84 to exit. I want to say 46 or 48. It was 10 Mile Road. It might have been 42. I know it was 10 Mile exit that we took.
10 exit. You mean like exit number 10? Oh, 10,
No,
10 Mile Road.
10 Mile Road, correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's an exit for 10 Mile Road, correct.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, because you can do I-84 East and then South 10 Mile Road.
Correct.
Where it says you can do I-84 East, Idaho 69.
Yep.
Is the second. But the fastest is I-84 East.
The 10 mile, correct.
Yes.
Asked if he snatched Summer Wells. Well, we know, guys, that he didn't snatch no Summer Wells. All right. He's a long ass way away from Tennessee. He did travel to damn Texas, though. Listen, in this world, you're innocent to proven guilty. All right. Now, he may have his day in court to prove his innocence, but right now, you're innocent to proven guilty. You know, these people, though, like I said, behind the scenes, are pointing the finger at Stacy and Sarah. Okay, that's what they're doing. It ain't nobody needs to be surprised by that. But these other people are speaking up, and they're putting the blame on Stacy and Sarah.
You're going to turn onto Whitley Drive. 3.3
Josh
miles,
is the lab.
and then turn left 0.2 miles to
I-84
I-84 east
east,
toward
yep.
Boise, Caldwell.
Correct.
Merge on I-84 east, and then exit 42, which I don't know where exactly in Kuna you were. Now, why was this
I
car
can
in
give you
Kuna?
his address if you want to pinpoint that from our house to his, so you can
Sure.
see. His address was 2518.
One second.
Well, listen.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing about us
Snowbell.
YouTubers. We all have our different styles of doing things. Okay. Justin is pretty polite, you know. Josh is straight to the point. I'm more laid back, joking, try to get you there, you know, smoothly, not real combative. I think when you create chaos, you don't really get nothing good out of that. You know, if you want somebody to speak, you let them speak. Hear their side. If you start trying to argue with somebody, sometimes that don't get you the effect that you want. But everybody has their different ways of doing their YouTubes. And I think everybody's effective at what they do. Just everybody has their own way of getting to the finish line. You know, I think everybody's in the race. It's just we all have a different path we running. But we're all going to get there in the end, you know. Justin a little bit slower because he talks so damn slow. Okay, he gonna be there. He gonna get there.
Snowbell, Snowwbell, I believe. Road.
Is it north? It's probably north Snowbell.
Mm-hmm. There's only one Snowbell.
Is the lab in here?
Your old address. I got it here.
1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland.
Okay, I'm gonna see what Josh did.
Okay, it's 49
I'm waiting.
minutes.
Yep.
All right, so you're going to do, here, I'll show you here, just so we can be clear. So you're going to go 1102 Red Wing Street, and then, you know, we're just South Meadows Avenue, turn immediately onto 8th Street. So then you're going to turn right onto US 95 South.
Yep. Turn left on I-84 East.
Yes. Okay.
You're gonna merge. Yep.
Yep, 38 miles on I-84.
Why do you have to? You don't have to be nice to anybody, man. You handle your channel the way you handle your channel. You don't say that's what I'm saying. Everybody has their own way of doing things. You know, everybody has their own way of doing things. But anybody that wants to ask them a question, you know, if Josh asks him a tough question, you guys can ask him a tough question. He'll be here tomorrow. And I told him, I was like, look, I'm going to let the viewers ask you questions. And I'm going to tell you now, they're not going to be nice like Dolly's being to you. Okay. They're not going to be, they're going to ask you harder questions. Are you willing to do that? And he's like, yeah. So if you got something you want to ask them, be here tomorrow night. If it's a tough question, shoot it at him. I want to hear the answer myself. Josh, you can even come by and ask him a question.
And you're going to exit 42,
Correct.
turn right on the South
10
mile road, and then take a roundabout at exit, the second exit. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Now, is this where he lived at?
This is where Brandon's mom
He said, I'm good.
Okay, this is Brandon's mom. Okay.
Oh, you must have went in today, Josh. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen what you said to him. So I hope it ain't like 3 hours into this shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how long this went on today. I see that the video says it's 2 hours and we're only 30 minutes into it. So hopefully it's not like at the, do you know, anybody got a timestamp? I don't want to jump through this though.
I'm just trying to make it clear for everyone, like in the chat.
Absolutely.
You don't know. So that's why I'm really explaining things. Okay, so what kind of car were you driving that day?
I was driving a 2005 GMC Sierra 1500 HD. It was a burgundy red.
Burgundy red. Okay. And you said was it what,
Just at the
2005?
end.
A 4-door.
Okay. Now you go to the house, and what happens?
Josh should be an interrogator.
Brandon brought a duffel bag full of his clothes. I can verify that it was literally full of clothes because it was empty when he brought it on the couch from the side of the couch.
The lab is the bad cop. You know what I'm saying? You know how you got the good cop and the bad cop. I think the lab is the bad cop. He's the one that comes in with the phone book. He's like, "Look, bitch, you're gonna talk."
And I watched him put all of his dirty clothes inside the duffel bag.
So there was a duffel bag
A black one, correct?
at your house.
Yes, that was his.
How big is the duffel bag?
It's small. It's a medium, like medium to small duffel bag. It's not big at all. It's not like a huge one. It's literally, it's got the handles that Velcro together, and it's got a strap that goes over your shoulder.
Okay. All right. And he takes this duffel bag with him on the trip. Okay.
Brings the duffel bag into the house.
He rides with you
Yeah.
and Sarah there.
Right. Sarah was driving. I was in the passenger seat. He was in the seat behind me.
Okay. Do you remember the conversation on the way on there?
I play a lot of music. I mainly DJ. I don't do a whole lot of conversing because
Yeah, when the lab comes in, I'm gonna be like, I want to speak to my lawyer.
like to listen to music. I'm a huge music nerd, so
okay.
There wasn't a lot.
And another thing that makes me nervous, and Justin's doing it right now, is when people ask me questions and they write down my answers. Okay, I hate that with a passion. It makes me nervous. I don't even care if I'm telling 100% the God's honest truth. When I tell you some shit, do not write it down. It sketches me out, right? It's some FBI, CIA, like you make me feel like I'm talking to the police right at that moment. As soon as you write the first thing down, I feel like, man, am I sitting here with a detective? You know what I'm saying? Am I going to jail? Should I be calling my fucking lawyer right about now? Like, put the pen down, bro. Put the pen down. If you want to talk, we can talk, but we can't talk with the pen in your hand. You can have a notebook in your hand like you're reading a book like the judge, but don't be writing nothing down. Okay, as soon as you start writing my answers, I'm like, okay, now you're making me nervous. You're making me nervous.
A lot of conversation.
Sarah wasn't bitching about something. She's bloated. She's gassy. Anything? Nothing. I mean,
listen.
All right.
Listen.
So,
okay, listen. I understand people think taking notes is good. Okay, that's great. Take notes, right? But why does he have to take notes? Why can't he just go back and replay the video and then write the stuff down? Why does he have to do it live while he's talking to the man? See what I'm saying? You could always go back. Like, say if I wanted to take notes of what Stacy said to me when the interview was over, I could have went back and watched it and took notes. If you make a person nervous, you know what I'm saying? And this may not make Stacy nervous. It may not. But that would make me nervous. Okay? That would make me nervous. I'd be like, yo, bro, put the pen down. You want to talk to me? Let's talk. But you over there writing a fucking encyclopedia.
You're on your way. And how long are you what do you do at the house once you arrive there? You hook up the car, and what else is going on at the house?
That's it. Brandon had to go through the side gate entrance on the right side of his house.
Oh, he's writing down questions from the chat.
You know, like a Ring doorbell that has audio video set up. That'll pick up detection.
Great job for taking notes. So I'm just saying, look, everybody has their own way. That's what I'm saying. I don't write nothing. I just read. I'll write down what beforehand, what questions I'm going to ask and things of that nature. But the pen thing makes me nervous. That's me. It like I said, it may not bother Stacy whatsoever. That's just one of my nervous ticks. You know, it may be for somebody else. It may not.
So we parked just enough in front of his car so I could push his car out of the driveway and get the tow strap out of the truck to go connect to his car. And while in the process of me doing that, he was in the house washing his clothes.
Okay, what's wrong with his car?
You're taking notes right now.
He broke the spark plugs. Okay.
Blue, yeah. He drove a Mercedes, and I don't know if anybody knows much about Mercedes, but they're pieces of shit.
Okay.
I'll never drive one.
Okay. And so why didn't he just use spark plugs?
I will back
because
him on.
They had to be
I will back him on them cars are pieces of shit. Depends on which one you get, but yeah, don't buy a Mercedes unless you got a ton of money to fix it. Facts. And then not everybody fixes them. So you can have a ton of money and you better find somebody that works on Mercedes before you buy one.
Threaded. The holes had to be rethreaded. He literally blew the spark plug out of the hole.
Oh.
The threads. He blew the threads. Correct.
Okay. Okay. And how long are y'all at this house?
30 minutes tops.
Well, you can't wash and dry your clothes for 30 minutes.
He didn't dry his clothes. He washed them and left them in the dryer washer, and then they went back the next day.
Oh, okay. Okay, got you.
Oh.
So he throws him in the washer. Okay. And you're driving this car back, or
Oh,
you're
he's
towing
steering
it?
the car. Sarah was towing it. I was in the passenger seat. Sarah wanted to learn how to tow a car.
So she's doing it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how did you go back?
I'm just picking people. Justin's fine with the pen. I'm saying it's just one of my nervous twitches.
We went back to 10 Mile, I believe, which turns into, if you pull up the maps real quick, you can see where I went. But if you type in Idaho 16 from Kiena, Idaho, from his house to Idaho 16, we literally, I believe, took 10 Mile, or it was Eagle Road, one of the two, but we took 10 Mile all the way onto Idaho 16. Idaho 16 then drops into Highway 52. Highway 52 drops into Payette, Idaho. And then you take a left off of, when you enter Payette, off of Idaho or Highway 52, and that takes you straight to Fruitland.
Okay, straight to Fruitland. What happened?
Okay. I need some more detail to this. All right, so that's 16 East Idaho. All
No,
right, so
you don't want 16 East Idaho. You want to go from
Holly,
his
do not
house,
talk
my
about
house.
pins or
Okay.
donkeys.
Shit.
Listen, these people are sensitive on these internet streets. You say the wrong thing, man, I might be the next one missing.
What was his
Type in
address?
11 or type in 2518. Just East Snowbell, or just type in Snowbell Road. Sorry, not East. Right there. Yep, Kiena.
Okay.
And then type in ID-16.
Okay, we're gonna skip through some of this, guys.
Would that be house?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So pulling into the neighborhood, I told Sarah to stop to find out what was going on. They at that point, police officer said that a little boy had gone missing. We were like, really? And they're like, what's his name? We asked what his name was. They said it was Michael Vaughn. And we're like, okay, we'll keep an eye out for him or whatever. So we got back to the house.
That's new. He never said, when I talked to him, they told him the little boy's name. He just said a little boy they told him a little kid was missing. Okay, so that's new. He never said it was Michael Vaughn before. Not to me, anyway.
On Red Wing Street, and Sarah and
I
Brendan.
apologize, guys. It's not Adrian. I've got Adrian's contact. It's not Adrian. So if it is Adrian, he can come up, but I assure you, it's not Adrian. Either come up, show your face. You don't have to show your face on camera up here, but you have to show it behind the scenes where I can see it. And if not, then nobody even mention it anymore, please. Be done with it. Sorry, Stacy.
It's all good. So we get back to the house, and pull around the Mallard Street. Took a left on Mallard Street because Mallard Street leads onto Red Wing.
Okay.
And it was just easiest to go that way because we had a vehicle behind us that we were towing.
Mhm.
And so we pulled onto the side of the curb, or the side of the road, which on our house, which is there's a curb.
All right, here we go. The lab's in the
Hey,
house.
Josh. This is Josh from the lab. He's my buddy.
What's up, Josh? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Pull onto the house on Red Wing Street. There is literally, I mean, there's people walking around everywhere, of course. Sarah and Brandon said they were going to go look for the kid or for Michael. I said, okay, well, I'm going to stay here because I got to get this car unlatched from being in the street because, you can't legally have a car taking up the whole length of the street pretty much.
Right.
So went and did that while they went looking for Michael. They came back probably, I don't know, midnight, 12:30, said they had no luck on finding him.
Mhm.
Okay,
what am I doing? It's way too close.
I was like, man, that was good.
Sorry.
It's okay. So that was the gist of that night.
Okay.
That
All right.
was really what happened.
This is Chris McDonough from the interview
I
room.
met
You've met Chris? Okay, you talked to Chris. I want to play this little bit right here. And
no question in our research today.
bear with me.
We have numerous eyewitnesses they saw him that day traveling eastbound on 9th Street.
All right, were you traveling eastbound on 9th Street?
No, never been on 9th Street. Ain't my life.
What if the world had more of your smile?
All right,
What if
boom. Here, hold on. Let me pause this. That's where he would have pulled over. Okay, guys, I'm glad they showed this Chris McDonough video. Okay, see, I don't want to dox where anybody lives, so I'm going to tell you that Michael Monkey Vaughn lives really close to where we're looking at right now. Okay, so Stacy, if you're looking at that Southwest 9th Street sign, okay, you go up one block and you take a left. That leads you to the neighborhood that Stacy lives in. So when he came out, remember we talked to him in the interview, and he came out and he said, I pulled over to put power steering fluid in the truck. I don't know if y'all can see my cursor on the screen, but this is the little patch of area he is talking about he pulled over in. Now, this is the area, and he's seen a kid somewhere over here. He says it with a toy. All right. I'm assuming by this sign or in this yard right here with the boat, there are kids that live here now. I am going to say that. There are kids that live there. They're a little bit older kids that live in this house here that we're seeing. I don't want to, say too much. Is it possible he's seen somebody at that house? One of those kids? It's possible. Or is it possible that he's seen Michael Monkey Vaughn? And I do believe it's possible he could have seen Michael Monkey Vaughn, and he might know he's seen Michael Vaughn, but he might be scared to say, yeah, I seen that kid, because people are blaming him. But he was definitely in the area. He was definitely there around the time. In this, if Mikey would have walked out of his house and walked to the right just a little ways, he would have been in sight of where these people pulled over. Blue Eyes crying, thank you for becoming a member. That is a great way to keep Dolly alive. Did he clarify toys and that it wasn't a little kid? He said it was an older kid with a toy and darker hair. But from that distance, could you really tell? Okay. Now we're talking looking at a kid from one block away, and we're talking a city, it's a good block. It's not a little tiny block either. It's, you can see the yards. That is the street on the other side. It's not a lot of houses on this road. And when you come down this road, at the end of it is a field, and on the other side of it is a really big field. Okay. Because I've been there, been down this road 100 times. You could see maybe he just mixed up what color the kid's hair was or something of that nature. But I do believe he's seen the only kid out at that time, because from what it is Monkey would go out and look for kids to play with. He liked other kids. He was a social little kid, like any kid, liked to play, liked to hang, run around. In this neighborhood, guys, if you look at this neighborhood, you would never think in a million years you would have to worry about your kids. It's in the middle of a beautiful place, nice houses, and but look, monsters live everywhere. That it's,
Just wait a second. So you want to explain where you're at?
See the field? Okay. See, I told you there's a field across, and when you go to the left, there's another big field and the road ends. If you go across that field, there's a big drop off that runs down a dirt road that leads you to the Snake River. Okay. Because I went down to the Snake River searching. I went through these fields searching. I went through the other fields searching.
Okay, here's Chris.
Maybe the birds will.
Okay, this is driving east on 9th, right?
I don't know where I've never been on 9th Street. So I don't
Okay.
know. I'm not good with directions like northeast, south, and west.
Okay. We're at home here. Okay. There we go.
What he should have said to him is, have you ever been on 9th Street heading towards the splash pad? You ever been on 9th Street heading towards your house? Because 8th Street and 9th Street, they run parallel. Okay. They run the same length. One just in 9th is shorter. 8th runs the whole distance. So if you'd have been like, hey, going down 9th towards your house, this is going down 9th away from your house, would have been easier than saying north, south, east, west.
This is seems like a lovely neighborhood.
That's what I said. It is.
Now, you guys live in two different,
Neighborhoods.
about what, 3 minutes?
No, that is not true. Y'all do not live in two different neighborhoods, Stacy. Y'all live in one big one area. That neighborhood has 3 cul-de-sacs kind of thing. It's one area with 3 sections to it. So there's one way in, one way out. And in that one way in, one way out, there's 3 areas. There is 9th Street, there's 8th Street, and there's 2 adjacent neighborhoods. So he could say it's a different neighborhood, but technically it's not. It's really the same area. There's just 3 sections of that area. Is how I would explain it.
apart?
Yeah.
To
Well,
be
there's-
like
there's
it's a
one
whole
that's-
different neighborhood. No, that's not technically true. Okay. I mean, you could say that and that it not be 100% wrong, but it's all connected. It's all one area. To me, it's one big neighborhood. And it ain't even that big.
Okay. All right. Do you know where they're at now? He's at now?
No idea. I don't even recognize that.
Okay. All right. Here we go. This is what it's all about, right? Here's
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley.
Okay,
from
we just got
Sandy Hook
commercialed.
Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's
Monkey Michael Vaughn. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Hey Josh,
Hey, how's it
how
going?
you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good.
How are you?
Living the dream, brother. Living the dream.
I hear you.
Sorry,
You have
guys.
any questions you want to ask Josh?
Oh, well, I'm kind of coming in halfway through here. Did you get to the interrogation part?
No. I've just been getting the story pretty much. That's about it
Gotcha. Okay.
of that day.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go live again tomorrow. How long are we planning on doing this one today for? Because I literally just had to go back to the shelter.
Okay.
So I'm literally trying to get settled in, and they're getting ready to serve dinner here probably in about 10 minutes.
Okay. We can. Yep.
So if that's okay, obviously you see I'm committed. You know, I have
Sure,
nothing
sure.
to hide. I'm nothing, not running. So
Okay.
I just don't want to make it seem bad to people. But like I said, I'm trying to get settled in. I've
Sure.
never been to this place before. So
Can you do another 15 minutes today?
yeah.
Okay. We can set up another one tomorrow as well. Okay. All right. So question here.
Ouch.
Let me find this right here. This is an interesting thing that Stacy said, and I wanted your comment on it. If I can pull it up. I got so many screens pulled up. It's in. Okay. All right. And this is
Y'all think the lab scared them? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. You know, maybe he feels boxed in. I don't know.
from forget what news. I'm sorry, I don't got the source on me right now, but it says according to documents, police forced entry into Wondra's home around 9:30 p.m. Friday, where they found Sarah Wondra in the living room. She was detained and read a copy of a search warrant. Quote, when I got to the portion that read murder, she said, quote,
Yes, he's staying in a shelter. Now, listen, I've talked to Stacy. So apparently, Stacy was staying with this woman. And when the woman found out about all this media and all this attention he was getting over this case and everybody wanted to speak with him and the news and things like that, she made Stacy leave. Okay. So remember when he was on the interview, he was staying with a lady. But since that interview and the attention, she has grandkids and things like that, and didn't think it was best for Stacy to stay there. So she put Stacy out. Okay. So that's what's going on with Stacy right now.
Did you just say murder multiple times? End quote. A Fruitland police officer wrote in the affidavit. She also said, quote, I have never murdered anyone, end quote. Officials said Sarah Wondra maintained that she, quote, definitely did not kill that boy, end quote. That's her quote, not mine. And said, quote,
Okay, the lady he was staying with is in here. Is she? All right, who is the person he was staying with? Maybe we can bring you up if you want in a minute, or you could call in. If you was the she was in chat, Dolly. Okay, Tammy. Okay. What screen name was her?
Most High God already told me who did it, end quote.
Kelly Miller. I am the lady he was staying with. So is that what happened? Like he was staying with you, and then he was just like, I can't, it's too much, and you need to go. Are you telling? Is that the truthful? Like, can you give us any insight on anything we may need to know, Kelly? Criminal Med says, I think Dolly does the best interviews by far. Okay, let's see what she says. We'll keep it going.
She reportedly told police, quote, oh, wow, the Most High God just told me that Stacy was the one who killed him and buried him in the backyard, end quote, the neighbor's house. When she asked later to show police where the boy was buried, according to the affidavit, she told police of a spot near the entry of the residence and said Stacy had buried him in the backyard, quote, in the backyard of the shed, end quote. Police said at that point they began to digging a portion of the Wandra's yard based upon information, quote, received from Stacy, who had not yet been arrested or charged by Monday afternoon.
So Stacy says he's the one that gave the tip. He's the one that said that the baby was in the backyard. So why would Sarah say that the baby was in the backyard? A lot of people believe that Brandon and Adrian have something to do with this, and why he was in jail. They have moved this baby.
It wasn't clear when or why police had spoken.
She's asking if she can call. Yes, give me 1 second. All right, let me I gotta pull up my call number screen. Give me 1 second, guys. We'll go right back to this and we'll let her call in real quick. All right, let me jump to this screen so you can't see her phone number when she calls. Let's see. Okay, let me put the phone number up on the screen. Guys, everybody don't call me. Leave the line open for her to call. Okay. So I don't want to put the phone line up and then 50 people call me. Let's see, banner. That is the phone number on the screen. 757-797-6694 is the call-in number. So you can hit that number. And guys, like I said, don't call it. Leave it open for Kelly if she wants to speak. Give her a second. Let's hear what she has to say. No need to call. Her right to have whom she wants. I'm a little behind, but is he a taxi driver? He doesn't know north from south or west. Well, he may use GPS, like most people that Uber and stuff like that. Peace, Love, and Pugs has been a member for 18 months. Still love being a turtle. Keep work. You know it. I'm keep working every night, Monday through Friday. I do my thing, okay? All right, the phone line is open. If you want to call in, call in. Hopefully, this is really her, and we didn't stop what we're doing for nothing. My 6-year-old has never been babysat, never been at daycare, etc., and never been around another adult without me being there. Okay, well, that's good parenting. All right. We'll give her a second to call in. Share Bear says, I don't know east, etc. I use GPS. You can always use the North Star. Okay. You know, that's north. That'd be south, east, west. Stacy did not leave a tip. He was being questioned hard by the police, and he told them Michael was buried in the backyard. Now, I have a hard time believing. This is one of the things when I talk to Stacy next, we'll go into it a little bit. I want to know a little bit more about what went on in that interrogation. Okay. And then when I get him up here tomorrow, we'll go over the interrogation a little bit more with him. There's a couple little other questions I got. And of course, we'll open it up for you guys to ask him questions. Okay. So you'll be able to ask him the tough questions, whatever you want, tomorrow night. Most young people use GPS at Uber they owned. He knew the roadways pretty good, like the names and what highways connected and things of that nature. So he sounded like he traveled around that area a lot. Now, me, I've been around there. I don't know the roads that well because I'm not from that area. But them in the same highways I was taking going in and out of Fruitland into Oregon daily because I stayed in Oregon and then I traveled into Fruitland. You know, because, you know, the laws are pretty cool in Oregon. Laws ain't so great in Fruitland. Okay. Oregon, totally different laws, but it's right on the border. So I stayed on the Oregon side while I was up there. Okay. Is this lady calling? Hey, Kelly, are you calling? Okay. Well, I'll keep the phone line over here just in case you do decide to call, but we're going to jump back into the video. Oh, let me move these phone lines.
With Stacy Wondra. Do you know why?
Okay, you're calling now? All right, don't be trolling me now. Let's make sure. Let's jump over here so nobody sees your number. Just me, says Kelly Miller. Don't leave us hanging. Okay, look, there's 1,268 of you here with me now. So while we're waiting for this woman to call, take a second, hit the like button. Okay, it's that little button that looks like a thumb. You just click it. All right. Don't click it twice because you'll take your like back. You just click it once, one time. Whoop, whoop. Is it weird? He said he's never been to 9th Street, yet he's a taxi driver and it's literally a street over. Yeah, but I don't think he said he did it by word of mouth, you know, and it's only a street over. It's not technically a street over. He don't live on 8th Street. He lives on a neighborhood off of 8th Street. So he actually lives in the back of the neighborhood off of 8th Street. So just say there's a big section of houses, you know, about 3 streets that go back and it goes around in a big circle. and he lives in the very back of that circle. So it ain't like right across the street, but he should know the street. He there's no way he don't know that street because he knew the name of the street. Okay. He knew the name, and I'm sure he knows 8th and 9th run parallel with each other. Okay, we're going back to the video. So I'll stop when the phone rings because it just seems like maybe she's calling, maybe she ain't.
Would say something like that?
I'm appalled. I have no clue. She's literally like gone cuckoo.
Hold on, let me refresh the line. The line is not busy. There's nobody calling it. Hold on, but I'll refresh it. Sometimes it does some weird stuff, but I don't think the line's doing anything crazy. Okay, I just refreshed the phone lines. Oh, maybe she is calling. Dolly.
Hello, it's Kelly Miller. I kept dialing 6649.
Oh, you were dialing the wrong number.
The last two numbers were wrong. I had to keep going. I had to keep going back to the screen and look at your numbers and then jump back to the phone, and I wasn't doing it right.
Okay, so you were a friend of Stacy's. Is that correct?
I am not a friend of Stacy's. So last week I posted an ad on Craigslist advertising that I have a room for rent for $700 a month. And you can even go look it up. It's on there under rooms and shared. Now I have unlisted my phone number from it. He answered the ad. He said all the right things. He had all the right answers. Very mellow, very calm, very nice guy, you know. And he said he was going to find a ride over. So a few hours went by and he wasn't able to find a ride. And I said, well, you know what? If I can get some gas money, let me see if I can borrow some gas money and I'll come get you. He said, nope, I'm really good at begging for money. He says, if you give me 15 minutes at a gas station, I can get you a fill up. Well, I told him no, and I just used some of my utility money. And I went and picked him up at the shelter in Boise.
Okay.
I thought, you know, hey, I'm giving somebody a chance. He told me that he was a gun felon.
How did he tell you he was going to pay for rent?
He said that he had a job he was supposed to start the next day, and that he owns his own taxi service called Space Taxi or Space Cab or something. And then after I got him back here to the house, he says, hey, since my vehicle is down right now, how would you like to make some money running my cab things? And I said, no, I'm not a taxi service. I don't use my vehicle for that. I own my truck. It's a beautiful, beautiful truck. And absolutely not. And he said, you're not loaning it to me. You're just doing the fares for me. And that's not me. But the next day he said that he was going out job hunting and he had a young kid pick him up, and turns out he was doing a news interview, I guess, for Channel 7, because after I found out who he was, I started Googling him like crazy.
Yeah.
You know,
you might have wanted to do that before you let people into your home.
Well, I asked him for his last name, and he says, you know, we'll talk when you get here. Now, I have call record on my phone, and I have listened to that 24-minute conversation over and over and over. He never once told me his last name, but you are right. And so now, if you look at my ad on Craigslist here in Nampa, it states must pass a background check. I've been lied to and deceived in the past, and yeah, I've changed my ad completely.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so the next day comes, he he goes off. He goes apparently to go do this interview. Keep going. Just let us know what happened. Share your story.
I guess well, I didn't know about the interview until after I threw him out and I started Googling him.
Mm-hmm.
I had to have surgery on Wednesday, but Tuesday I was doing some running around before surgery. We went to the food bank. Wednesday I had to have surgery, and I says, "Hey, do you have a valid license?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "I need someone to drive me to my surgery and needs to take my service dog. I have an actual service dog through Northwestern Guide Dogs."
Uh-huh.
And I said, "I need someone to sit with her, you know, and if you need to, go back to the house and check on my other two boys because I put them in the kennel." He ended up taking me for my surgery, sat with me, listened to what the doctor had to say, and then he left with my service dog.
Mm-hmm.
While he was gone, I guess he went to the car wash, and he said the windshield wipers came off, and I don't know where he got the money. He bought windshield wipers, and then he also put gas in my truck at Fred Meyer.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of irritated me that he was out driving around in my Ford Platinum.
Okay.
And the windshield wipers were only a week old, and I'd already been through the car wash twice. I don't see how they came off.
Huh. Okay.
But
So you get your surgery done. Then what happens?
the nurse continues to call him, and it took him a good hour to get there. He kept saying he was on his way. That night, or that afternoon, after we got home and I got all comfortable on the couch and set everything up, my knitting and all this stuff for me to just sit here, he says, "Hey, my girlfriend, her appointment got canceled. Can her medical transport bring her here?" I said, "Well, when is her appointment? How long is she going to be here?" "Oh, just overnight."
So he had a girlfriend that he wanted to come stay at your house?
Yes, her name is Marissa. She lives in Christmas Valley, Oregon.
Oh, okay.
She has 40 acres and 34 dogs or something. She even brought a small dog with her that looks exactly like a dog he had or something.
Why don't he stay with her?
I would assume it's because it's in Oregon and he's on parole here.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be right? I don't know where he's on.
I mean, I don't know. Okay. I don't know the situation like that.
Yeah.
So,
But so I went outside and I was talking to my neighbor Kelly next door, and she goes, "Hey, he looks really familiar," because I guess he had spoken to my landlady outside when he was, or not my landlady, my next door neighbor, when he was bringing some stuff in from the truck. He had said, "Hi, good weather we're having," or whatever. But she called me up and she says, "Kelly, I recognize him. I'm pretty sure that is such and such." Well, he said, "I think he's one of the suspects in the Michael case."
mm-hmm.
Well, I came inside and I was talking to his girlfriend. He had been in the bedroom for over an hour at this point with his puppy. And that's not like him. He is so rude. I'll be sitting in the living room, day of my surgery, having surgery, watching a movie, and he'll get a phone call and he'll just jump on speaker right there with the movie playing. So for him to keep leaving the room and talk for like hour and a half was very strange, because he is a very rude person when it comes to his phone. And so I asked her, I said, "Hey, what is he doing in the bedroom? I can hear him in." "Oh, he's talking about the case." I said, "What case?" She said, "The case, Michael Vaughn." I said, "What?" I said, "The only, or no, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to correct myself." I said, "What case? He's already been convicted. He's on parole." She said, "No, the Michael Vaughn case." And the name clicked right there, because I was one of the bikers that went out there the next day and was searching, walking through fields with with 100 other bikers. But I don't have TV here at home. I have Netflix and I have DVDs. So I don't
So
have
when
the
he was,
news.
you had no clue until that point this man was one of the suspects in the
Nope.
disappearance of Michael Monkey Bond. Okay.
So, while I'm standing here in the kitchen and Marissa is showing me the videos of his interview in the bedroom on live, I said, "Son of a bitch," really loud. And he goes, "Well, I gotta go." And I watched him. I said, I gotta go, because my dogs were in here barking. And he came out and I said, "Is this you?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Why didn't you tell me who you were?" "Well, you should have known." How the heck am I? He had been here a week. He knows I don't have TV.
So
nothing.
That's how long he stayed with you, is a full week.
5 days. He stayed 5 days or 5. It would have been 6 if he would have stayed all of Friday. But Friday morning we all woke up. I stayed up the entire night. I have cameras here in the house because I watch my dogs. So they're in the living room, the kitchen, my bedroom, and over by the kennel. So I stayed up the entire night watching my cameras. I couldn't kick this girl out that's going through chemo in the middle of the night. And I told he sent me a text. He goes, "I should pack my shit, huh?" And I yelled from the bedroom, "You're goddamn right." Sorry, pardon me. Am I allowed to swear on here?
Yeah, well, try not to, but yeah, you fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. And it's just, and the next morning we all woke up. I got dressed. I got my service dog, her gear on. I had a quarter of a tank of gas. I started the truck. He loaded up all of his stuff in the back, and we drove in silence all the way. Or I heard him on the phone in the garage going, "I can't talk right now. I'm being thrown out." And I said, "You're damn right you are." And we drove in silence all the way to Boise, and I dropped him off at the St. Alphonsus W3 building, where she had had some kind of a cancer therapy treatment. He unloaded the truck and the puppy right there, and I just drove off.
Okay, so I guess you learned your lesson from that one. You got
very much. Yes.
You got to be. I'm not saying that Stacy's dangerous, but there's some things out there that, if it's true, he could be dangerous. I ain't saying he is. He could be.
Well, I'm the popsicle lady of our cul-de-sac. Little kids come to the door. Can Maya and Ripley come out and play? My dogs.
Yeah,
these are my children.
You don't need that around there right now anyway. So at least until this is cleared up, he's either cleared or he's not cleared. Right now, he's a suspect. So before he needs to be around a bunch of kids, he at least needs to be cleared of what's going on and things.
But for him to lie to me about, "Hey, I'm going job hunting," and fail to tell me that he was actually going into Boise to do a news interview. If he thought that I knew already, why didn't he just say, "Hey, I've got to go do an interview. Oh, I'm going to go in the bedroom and I'm going to talk. I've been trying to clear my name." He didn't tell me anything, nothing. I had no idea who he was.
Yeah.
And that sounds stupid because I live right here in Nampa, but I'm on disability. My disability check covers my rent, and that's it. And I have enough to buy a bag of dog food every month and a half a tank of gas, and that's it. So I get help with my utilities. I have a nurse that comes in and helps me, and I don't have money for cable or television.
Find you a female roommate. Okay. Dudes are weird. You don't want to live with a weird ass dude anyway.
Right. He just sounded, I'm going to be honest, he sounded so kind and so in need, and I fell for a bleeding heart story, and because I'm going to be honest, many, many, many years ago in my 20s, I did a lot of stuff wrong in Arizona where I lived, and I got in trouble, became a felon, but I got all my rights restored, judgment set aside, gun rights restored, everything. I went through all the channels, and I legally became a citizen again.
Yeah.
And so I kind of had a soft spot for his story. I'm at a prison. I don't have anything. It's been 2 months. I have nothing. And I'm stupid. I'm a schmuck.
Okay.
Am I? I have
Now
a
you
question.
wasn't
Am
having you wasn't having no type of relationship with this man, was you?
Oh God, no. Oh no, no, no.
Okay.
Number one, he's not my type. Number two, he would crush me. No, he rented the first bedroom that I have on the right. There's no bed in it. So the first 2 nights he slept out here on the couch because it is a large sectional. And when you take off the back cushions, it makes a pretty good single size wide couch. So he slept out here the first 2 days, and my dogs sleep in with me, and they bark and they growl. Every time he'd walk down the hallway to go to the bathroom, in the hallway bathroom, my dogs would go off. So nobody gets in my room without me knowing. But I did. I watched him out here on the cameras, and he just sat out here on his phone most of the night,
Oh,
you know, in the dark.
okay. All right. So I guess you got to learn the hard way sometimes that be careful who you let into your house. You definitely do background checks on people and things of that nature.
Yes.
Especially
But in the last 48 hours,
especially
I
if you're
have been
there by
told-
yourself,
Right. And the other thing is, Stacy told me that he was a gun felon, and I said to him, I said, well, I guess that means I'm not going to take you to the shooting range or hunting in Montana with me. He goes, we just can't tell my parole officer. And I record, every phone call is recorded, just like this one right now is being recorded. It's just because I'm 54 years old. I'm on a lot of medications. I have about 4 to 10 surgeries a year, and I record everything so that I can remember.
Okay, that might be a smart plan,
But a friend of mine told me about something called Furnish Finder for travel nurses. So I'm just trying to finish getting that bedroom furnished because there's no bed in it. He was actually trying to get somebody to buy him a new bed.
Well, I think
have them sent on Amazon.
if you rent it to a decent person, they're going to have a bed. Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't own a bed, I ain't renting you shit anyway. Okay. If you don't have, like you got to have your stuff somewhat together to be around me.
Well, are you looking to rent a room?
No. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not renting a room. I have my own place. I'm good where I'm at.
Good.
Why did she post a picture of Michael on her Facebook in November 2022? Who? This is something somebody asked. I don't know if they're talking about you, but it just says.
It could be because when I went out there and we were searching, a few months later, this blue round thing came on. It's a temporary. It's like a 30-day picture of Michael with a big round banner around it. You post it. And a whole bunch of us did. I know 90% of the bikers did.
Kelly, that just seems odd. I mean, you happen to go out there, search for Michael, and then you end up with the suspect living.
Yeah. And I yelled and screamed at him in this house. You can even ask him. I was pissed because we're bikers. We're all we're all from a military post, American Legion. And when my club brothers called me up and said, hey, there's a little boy that came up missing yesterday, we're all going to go out and help look for him in Fruitland. I said, okay. And here I was thinking, cool, a good ride. And and then everybody started posting his little picture. But the thing is, I don't have television here. I don't have cable. I don't have local TV. I just have DVDs and a PlayStation with a PlayStation that I won through Taco Bell years ago, with Netflix on it. So I haven't seen any of the news or anything. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, if the news doesn't affect me and my dogs, I don't bother with it.
Okay.
But I even yelled at him here in the house. I said, I helped search for this boy the day after. I said, what the heck is the matter with you? Why would you not tell me? Well, I figured you knew. No.
I mean, that just sounds so like, I know crazy things happen. That just sounds so odd that you was one of the people out there searching, and then you go to rent a room and one of the suspects is renting a room from you, or trying to.
Yeah,
Did he ever pay you anything?
nothing. He did put $10 in gas in the truck, but I went ahead and I called the Fruitland Police Department and I let them know what happened. I emailed them the whole phone call of him calling me about the room, everything. I also gave them all the footage of here in my. I've offered them all the footage from here in my house. So I'm creeped out. I have guns in the house. That part I'm not worried about. But now I'm keeping my outside lights on. I have turned on my outside cameras now. And just the fact that 3 days ago I had, somebody that would lie to me like that. Well, not just lie, but deceive me like that. He said he had a job interview, and then he said he had some trucking job he was going to do, and he had an interview at Fran's and, Fran's bread company.
Yeah.
And none of it was true.
So he's just lying and lying, trying to make his way through, is what you're saying, and you just got caught up in it.
And I said, hey, you've been here 3-4 days. I said, how are you going to come up with your $700 rent? Oh, no worries. I can get that. Well, I'm not looking for someone who's going to lay on my couch and do absolutely nothing. And besides that, he left that room so trashed with potato chips all over the place, on the floor, spilt soda, spit bottles that were open, laying all over the floor sideways. It was gross.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that didn't sound like a good thing for you. So just be a little more careful who you choose to let in your house. One, just for your safety.
Nobody will come here anymore. If someone wants to rent my room, I'll meet them at a local Denny's or Applebee's or something with a lot of people, and I'll talk to people there. But nobody's coming to my house anymore. I absolutely not. This scared the hell out of me.
Okay, well,
I have grandbabies. In the next week, February 3rd, I'm going to be a great grandmother, and this is no.
Yeah. You're probably better off with that situation. The right person to come along to rent a room. Just take your time renting it and get the right person in there, and you'll be okay. Hey, look, I appreciate you calling and sharing with us.
Okay.
You be good.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself now, okay?
All right. Well, I'm keeping an eye on news stuff on my phone now.
That's probably wise. That's probably pretty wise.
Yeah.
And I'll talk to you later. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dolly.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. So there you have it. That was the lady that rented the room to Stacy Wondra. Okay. And apparently she's saying she felt like she was hustled and he lied and he didn't have these jobs. And once she found out what was going on, she was like, hell to the nah, you got to go. Now, I had heard that. That's what I had heard from Stacy, that the lady had found out that this was the Michael Vaughn stuff. She didn't want that stuff there. She had grandkids. He had to go. That's basically what he said to me. So he didn't lie in that aspect to me. He said that's kind of what's going on. The lady found out. It's just odd, right? That the lady actually went out and searched for Monkey and then ends up having him there, staying there. That is crazy, right? So, but apparently she didn't know, because they're both saying he said it too. When she found out, I had to go. She said it when she found out he had to go. So they're both telling the same story. So I don't think there's no line there. Wow, that's a crazy coincidence, right? That's a crazy coincidence. Like, wow. That's like me searching all this time for Summer Wells, right? And then somebody comes over and stays at my house and brings their kid, and it's Summer Wells. It's some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That ain't supposed to happen. That ain't supposed to happen. Let's jump back over to this video so we can hear what Josh asked Stacy. Okay. Let me jump back over here and let's play this. Let me kill this camera for a minute.
I'm a very high believer in God, and I believe in God strongly, and God wouldn't tell a lie. You know what I mean? God is very you know, he
Well,
died on the
God
cross.
may not tell a lie, but humans will. Let me ask you this
That's
question
true.
really
That's
fast.
Go ahead.
I guess my question really is,
Drink.
what is it that you're trying to accomplish? I mean, you are a suspect in the case, whether
Yes.
law enforcement has said that. What is it like? So you're doing, I'm not saying you're doing rounds, but you're going on panels and stuff. Like, how is this going to help you? How is this going to help exonerate you?
It's not going to help exonerate me, but what it's doing is giving people my side of the story, because there's a lot of stories being told, but nobody's going to believe one person over the other. Reality is I'm still a suspect. And when it gets cleared by law enforcement, then people have a different view. But I want to personally tell people my side of the story, because I feel that's what I'm destined to do. Because I feel there's a lot of bullshit talk, there's a lot of crap talk about each and every one of us.
Mhm.
I'm just honestly going out there because I know what happened that night. I know that I know the whereabouts where I was. I know the whereabouts where Sarah and Brandon were. I don't see that. That's why I'm doing this, because there's a lot of questions regarding this.
My whole thing is this:
But-
is like Stacy really don't say they did anything wrong, but then why are these people pointing the finger at him? Okay, that's what I don't get. You know, they're pointing the finger at him, but he's kind of defending them. They throwing you under the bus, Stacy. You know what I'm saying? I'd keep the same. I'd keep the same attitude towards them as they got towards you.
But you don't have anything to offer as to where Michael is.
I don't. You're right, because I don't.
So what I'm saying is, like, and the point that, I mean, that should take 5 minutes to say.
He has taken a polygraph.
I did take a polygraph, and I was very well informed that I passed the polygraph by detectives, by the FBI, by my mom, who the detectives told. I was also told that Sarah and Brandon did not.
Have you told?
Why would they tell his mom? That's weird. They told his mom he passed it.
Have you told investigators anything that you haven't told the public? And if so,
No.
why?
Not at all.
So your story that you're telling everybody is the exact same that you
Exactly.
have
Exactly.
told in the interrogations.
Exactly.
And to stop an interrogation, what you did, you said that Michael was in the yard. How does that? Did that stop an interrogate? Did that actually stop it?
I haven't been interrogated since. I haven't heard from law enforcement. I haven't talked to law enforcement. I haven't heard a peep from
And so,
anybody.
so they dug up that entire yard, as we all saw. We watched them do it,
Mhm.
based on just you saying
I
that he was buried
find
in the
this-
yard to stop it.
Correct.
I know Josh finds this pretty crazy. I know he does. Right? I find it just as crazy as you do, Josh. That is how the conversation went. When he told me, I was like, what? They didn't look. If you told me there's a baby in the yard, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, how did the baby get in the yard? But there was none of that. He just said the baby's buried in the backyard. That ends everything. I have a hard time with that. And me and Stacy, I'm going to have to touch in on with him on that a little bit. I got to know how everything transpired from that moment. But it sounds like he's saying he told him this and there was no other questioning. Like, that just is hard for me to believe. Like, if I'm a detective and you just told me that baby's in the backyard, I'm going to turn the heat up on you, asking you questions at that point. I just can't believe he said that. And then they were like, all right, good night, man. We're going to send you back to your cell. I just have a hard time wrapping my head around that one. And I think Josh is having a hard time too. Now, I ain't saying that didn't happen. I'm just saying it's hard to wrap your head around that.
So you tricked law enforcement into doing that?
I guess if you want to put it that way, yes.
Well, I mean, that's against the law, right?
I mean, do you think?
So very well, you could and probably should be charged with that. But and I'm not here to like trip you up or hang you or be mean to you or anything. But how is it that you can trick dogs into hitting on human decomp? You can't do that. You can trick the police, but you're not tricking dogs.
No, not at all. But
And the dogs did hit, correct?
Apparently that's what
There
it
were
makes
supposed to be
people do.
multiple dogs.
So you told them that Michael was buried in the yard, and then, which you say is a lie, but then dogs hit on human decomp in that yard.
They hit before I told them that. That's why they questioned me.
So they hit before?
Correct.
So did
Oh, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. Okay, so dogs hit, then they go to him. Now, here's my thing about them dogs. and I know I'm going to get a lot of crap about this one. How many of them dogs walk right past Brian Laundrie? How many dogs walk past Brian Laundrie? Cadaver dogs, search dogs, hunting dogs, all kinds of dogs. You name a dog, it walked past Brian Laundrie. How many dogs found Brian Laundrie? All right. How many dogs were out there looking? How many dogs walked right past his body and didn't even grab a bone? Think about that. Think about that when you say something about these dogs. Okay. They know how to smell drugs because the dogs are drug addicts. They get them dogs hooked on drugs. That's how they're able to sniff the drugs out. They're fiending. They're like, ooh, I smell it. I smell it. And they go crazy. That's how they teach these dogs. And I don't put too much faith in them dogs. I just don't. After the whole Brian Laundrie thing, they were strolling by him. You know what I'm saying? They probably kicked the leg up on him and kept moving. I just don't trust all them dogs. I'm just not to say they didn't hit. I don't have much faith. Me, myself, I could be completely wrong. These dogs could be the greatest fucking dogs in the world. I just don't trust that they're going to find you.
But to prove my point that there was nothing back there, that's why I had them go dig it up. I knew there was nothing back there. I simply was very much so under pressure. I was being interrogated to the point of tears. I mean, for hours a day, for like 3 or 4 days. And honestly, I could not take it. It was
Yeah, they are.
But I thought you said you gave them the tip.
I did give.
They put what they want them to search in their toy. You ever notice when the canine gets out his vehicle, he has a toy. It's a dog's toy. That toy is what they put, what they want to teach the dog to sniff out. And then they put it inside that. And then they hide it and teach the dog to find it. And then when the dog, you're like, get your toy, get your toy, get your toy. It goes to the car thinking the toy's in it. And it's trying to find its toy because it's hooked on Colombian Bam Bam, like all them damn canine dogs. That's why they bite this shit out of you. You ever seen a dog that aggressive, right? Get a regular German Shepherd that ain't hooked on drugs. They don't be attacking you like that. Dolly, stop it. Them dogs ain't, they need to be in rehab. Okay. They need to be in rehab. Put all them damn canines in rehab.
Give them the tip after they interrogated me.
If the dogs would have hit earlier, they would have just dug it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. If that's what I'm trying to understand.
That's what I'm
here.
saying. Like, so obviously,
I mean, they wouldn't notice. They wouldn't have noticed search your house if
Right.
they hadn't had. If you hadn't given the tip.
That's what I'm saying. I told them.
you told them, and then the dogs hit, correct?
No.
Because the dog, if they hit on
hit before, that's at least what I'm being told. That's what.
See, here's the thing I didn't understand either. He was already in jail and they brought them in for questioning beforehand. Somebody tipped them off and it wasn't him. There's another tip. Okay. That's what I kept asking him. Did you think Adrian told on you? Who do you think told on you? Did this tip come from Brandon? This tip came from somebody because they had them beforehand. He wasn't the first person to tell to get them in trouble. I don't know who's calling. Hold on. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
It's Dot. I'm from South Dakota.
Hey, Dot from South Dakota. What's going on with you tonight?
Not so much. You know, I think that Stacy is really innocent of all things.
Of all things?
And of all things.
Okay.
The reason why I say this is the woman that he was with,
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's his wife or not. Yeah, I think she is the wife, right?
Which woman? Stacy. Sarah is Stacy's wife.
Yes, yep, Sarah. That's the one that's being held down. And I think that woman's got the answers, but I've got some stuff I can send to you.
Uh-huh.
where they had went to Texas.
Oh yeah.
I mean, right after he went missing,
Mm-hmm.
right after. But Stacy didn't go.
Stacy didn't go to Texas. He said he went to Texas.
No, he was still running his shop in Washington.
Oh, I thought he said he got paid $1,400 to go to Texas to get a dog.
She went to Texas with those two other guys.
Oh, the plot thickens. Okay, yeah, shoot that over to me. You got my email?
I do have your email and stuff, and then I've got pictures too, also, and stuff. But I just, I really believe in Stacy's innocence, and what I send you might be the lock to the little link. You know?
Okay. I'll check it out for sure if you send it over to me.
Yeah, and then everybody needs to leave Monkey's parents alone. My goodness.
Definitely.
They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing.
Yeah, don't be bothering people. They're going through a lot right now.
Holy cow. Could you imagine? I think of my grandkids every day. What the hell?
Yeah. Okay. But look, hey, I appreciate you calling. I'll talk to you next time.
All right, Dolly.
All right.
Yep, I'll send it to you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
All right, guys. Let's get through this video. Don't hit up the phone lines. Okay. Not that I don't want to talk to you. It's just that, like, let's try to get through. I want to hear what Josh was saying. All right.
Law enforcement told me that's what detective
they would dig it up though. They would have dug it up if dogs would have hit. Just not so they didn't. They dug it up because you said Michael was buried in the yard.
Correct.
Okay.
Then they bring the dogs out there to confirm that, hey, there is human there is they're hitting out here. So then they dig it up.
All I know is I told them that fable. That's what I told them. I don't know anything further than that.
And you can see how that's going to be hard for people to understand.
I do, absolutely.
Because I mean that's a lot to tell. I mean, to get an interrogation to stop, all you would need to do is say, hey, I want to talk to my lawyer.
And I did that. My lawyer was present with me.
Okay. I've got the clip where JD Huff said we have multiple dogs hit and we've got all of this based on evidence, it says.
And testimony. I mean, and that's just what I'm really wondering is because like I said, this is just what I think. I think that you plan on being indicted like everybody else that was up there on those poster boards, and you're trying to get ahead of this thing, kind of get your story out there, which I don't blame you, but it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. I know it is. But what you're going to do is so since there's 4 different people involved, what's going to end up happening is you guys are all going to start throwing each other under the bus. You're kind of Brandon was the first one. Then it's you because you're out of jail now. And Adrian eventually at trial or whatever is happening here. But what I'm saying is I don't understand why anybody would tell the police that there's a kid buried in the yard to stop an interrogation. What good does that do? Did that help you in some way?
The problem
because why you wouldn't tell him that unless he was actually buried in that yard.
He wasn't.
He wasn't when they went back, but he was at one point, according to the dogs.
The problem is how is he not? I mean, how is he not found? I mean, he obviously was in that yard at some point. Investigators and dogs and everyone picked it up. Now, maybe you didn't have nothing to do with it, but somebody at that house did. You know what I mean? That's the thing. And who was it?
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm telling my side, because I know for a fact, and per the posters and the pictures and everything that I posted that I sent to Justin, like I had nothing to do with this boy's disappearance. I had no knowledge of him being buried. If he was buried, that's news to me. And what's weird about it is our neighborhood, like they have cameras that like from Skycam or whatever it is, that you can see into the backyard.
Now, I don't know about sky cameras or where you can see in his backyard. Like, I think most of the pictures where we see in his backyard was shot by drones and helicopters. I don't know about any cameras that are beaming over his backyard. I had to ask him about that one too, but I didn't see nothing like that.
There was no dig holes. My dog Oakley, it was a digger, but she dug right when you walked out the front patio where the dead spot is, where the barbecue was.
Mhm.
But
Now,
it was dead because the barbecue we had 2 barbecues at the time, and one was sitting on the grass.
One
in
of the
this
things.
affidavit-
Oh, sorry,
sorry,
Justin.
go ahead, Josh.
Well, one of the things that the dog would do is when they're sniffing in the yard, not only would they do that, at any point, if he was in the house at all, if Michael was in your house, the dogs would hit at the front porch. Did they?
No, not to my knowledge. No.
I think they hit beside the front porch.
Oh, okay. So that would indicate that he was near the house. So Michael, I mean, let's just be honest here. Michael was around that house.
Huh?
Michael was around that house. The dogs aren't going to hit just for no reason unless you buried somebody else back there.
I don't know. I have no information to give to that. Like I told everybody and anybody on here, if I knew something about this, because I am in no way okay
Mhm.
with abducting a child, killing him, burying him. I would bury somebody else for doing that to somebody like that.
Now,
Right.
the probable
I would
cause
be-
affidavit, it says that you spoke to them while you were not in custody about this.
I gave them permission
Okay, maybe that's
to
what that
search the house when Sarah got arrested.
means. Mhm.
I didn't get arrested. She got arrested April 13th of 2022. I got arrested May 6th of 2022.
Okay. All right.
Do you expect to be?
And I wonder why they needed guns. That's my big thing. What was their fascination with guns? Because I'm hearing Sarah's in jail for pulling a gun on one of the old roommates, which when I asked him who were the old roommates, he acted like he didn't know. Well, then who did Sarah pull the gun on? Was that internet rumors? Yeah, Josh went right in. Now, like I said, Josh puts his faith in them dogs, and he believes them dogs. I'm not so much believing in the dogs, but it is what it is. Everybody has their own opinion and things.
Be indicted for this?
I was going to ask, yeah.
I mean,
If I am-
obviously, you have an idea that you're probably, or else you wouldn't be doing this. I mean, let's just.
I'm
I've seen
doing
this
this to
before.
clear to tell my side of the story. And if I'm indicted, they've got a long road ahead of them with going to trial.
Well, I mean, not really. If you told him that he was in the yard, I mean, you're going to be charged with lying to investigators if that's what you did, and that's a serious crime too.
And if I am, I am. I own up to that.
This
take
is in
no-
October. Prosecutors on the investigation over Michael says, quote, I expect to charge it.
Now, here's the crazy thing is I can't believe, and I've said this to Stacy, I cannot believe that they didn't go back afterwards when they didn't find nothing and say one thing to him. They haven't said one word to him since. I find that so odd. But look, I have faith in the investigators out there that they're doing the right job and they're on this. They having, they got it figured out. And they are saying they're going to charge some people. They haven't said who, but we know for all you people out there that have been accusing Brandy and Tyler, the police have cleared Brandy and Tyler of any wrongdoing in the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn. Let me repeat this to you people in the back. They have cleared Brandy and Tyler of any wrongdoing in the disappearance of their son. Okay. So anybody out there that is still out there saying these people have something to do with this, please stop. Okay. Let this family heal and do those types of things. Okay. The police have clearly came out and said they are 100% not responsible for Michael going missing. So with people out here saying this, all you're doing is hurting the family. We all know that Brandy and Tyler, they watch YouTube, they take part in these programs. And if you're doing that, you're just hurting the family. Hold on one second, guys. Hello, come on. Okay, I'm back. I had to let my dog in.
Yeah, I mean, they put 4 posters up of people, and I'm not saying you don't have the right to defend yourself. You absolutely do. And if you have nothing to do with this, all that should come out eventually. But I don't know. I'm not really sure why. I just don't. I can't get past like how you would just say, hey, yeah, he's in the yard.
I literally made that up.
And
There was
then
no
dogs
there's
literally
nothing
hit
behind
on human decon.
Dog tap dancing. Yeah.
Position.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is if you made it up and he was actually in the backyard, I mean, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Stacy?
I feel you, and I get that, but
And that's like that's a hell of a
I
coincidence.
gave them a direction. Okay, this is where I know that it was a lie, because that dog may have hit in the backyard, but the direction and area that I pointed to him, the dogs did not hit around at that house in the backyard. I told them he was literally buried directly across from the patio.
That's
What
awful
do you
direct
think?
now.
I don't know.
Is
I
that
know
something- do you
I know
feel somebody in
Adrian
that
has
house?
I know Adrian has, according to detectives and what I've been told by them, that Adrian has a huge history of human trafficking. I
Not.
wouldn't put it past him.
No. It's not.
But the matter of the fact is when and
Josh.
how he would get away with doing something like
Josh. I don't know if he does. He's not. That's not true. He has been arrested for trafficking, but it's trafficking scheduled narcotics. Different type of trafficking. Okay. We got to remember Stacy, he has a little bit of a disability here. We got to remember that, guys. Let's take this into consideration. He may hear something and perceive it a way that it's not. Okay. He heard that word and he thought kids, but in his friend's case, it's not. It's drugs. It's narcotics. So it's a different type of thing. It ain't even close to the same thing. Now, police may have told him something we don't know, but far as his criminal record, no. Okay, and he's not too far from me, because you know me, I track everybody down. It's just what I do. So we may have to talk to him. But I already know what he's saying to people, and it ain't good.
like that, because I have no knowledge of any of this.
Okay. All right. Let me just play this. And this was what they said.
Everybody, I just wanted to start out by saying thank you.
Let me.
And it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughn could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland.
Can you pause that for a
As a
second?
result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search.
Why it says that they received credible information. So that's based on your tip alone, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll just check.
Search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry,
See, the tip we
officers
don't,
encountered Sarah Wondra, one of the known occupants.
the tip we don't know is what led them to them in the first place. Justin's doing a good interview. I like Justin's interview. I think they both did good. It's almost like watching good cop, bad cop kind of thing going on here. Like Justin's being real nice to him. The lab's coming in like, you gonna tell us, bitch, like that, So, I mean, it's good to watch. Now, is he going to already? He's told things that he hasn't said, before. So every time he talks, the plot thickens just a little bit. Why did it take him from May to November to go follow through on his tips? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think we're missing a couple pieces. He's leaving some information out because, the whole interrogation didn't go, I didn't do this. The baby's dead in the yard. It didn't happen like that. He's leaving things out. Okay, for sure.
Of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement.
What would the probable cause be?
Him.
Following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wondras' home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property.
Listen to this.
Yeah,
All of them-
Stacy gave him the tip.
Alerting to the presence of human remains.
All of them.
So
Ground
that's where the problem,
Right.
you know, that's where the story really starts to fall apart for you. Is you're saying that I made this up, but then you have multiple dogs. Every dog that was there hit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not hitting. I mean, you can bring them to my backyard right now. I can make up a lie. They're not going to hit, and they're not going to dig up my yard.
Oh Lord, I can't say that, Josh. I can't say that. I got a damn graveyard in my backyard, and there's a grave in my yard. The graveyard don't sit on my property, but this one grave does. So there's one grave in my yard, and they died on their own. They were a family that owned this property, but way before us. But yeah, I don't know if you want that, because there's, like I said, there's a whole slave graveyard buried back there in the woods. That's why I don't talk about ghosts. My house is haunted.
I mean, you understand that.
Radar was also used
Sorry, go ahead.
That's it. I was just wondering.
I just want to finish this little
and
bit right here.
deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation
And that's where something has been dug and, you know, the ground isn't as firm.
of the entire
Thank you.
backyard and
Yeah.
removed over 250 yards of dirt.
I can literally say I got a body in my yard and I ain't got to worry about going to jail for it. Okay. It's actually literally a grave. It has a headstone. Okay. It has a headstone. Well, it's a metal plaque that's in the ground, but I didn't put them there. But yeah, there was a graveyard on this land way before we owned it. And the section we bought of it, the old graveyard sits right off the property line, but there is a grave on our property. It's at like the corner of my, well, I could probably throw a rock and hit it from where I'm sitting right now.
Dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughn were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and
Based on evidence.
that his remains were buried and later moved from the property.
See, I thought the same thing, that Brandon, see, this is what I think. I think Brandon, Adrian, and Sarah are in on this together. That's what I think. I think he was out running around like he says he was. They're in this together, and he's covering for his friends. That's really what I think he's doing. That's why he's coming up, and yet he's not trying to throw them up under the bus. Right? But he says they're not his friends. But is that true? Because these dudes are saying bad things about you, but you're saying good things about them. It seems a little weird to me. Okay. Sarah has a different type of energy towards them than they do. But then I asked him, I said, are you friends? He was like, oh, hell nah. So where did the falling out really come? When he went to jail? Like, I mean, I don't know. It seems a little odd.
As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing.
You know, I mean,
Sarah wanted a baby, right?
See, I think they moved him when they all knew that baby was in the backyard. That's what I believe. And when Stacy was in jail, they didn't want Stacy to tell, because Stacy didn't have nothing to do with it. And they figured Stacy was in jail. He may try to tell to get off them gun charges. This is what I'm thinking. So they moved the body. Stacy knew. I believe Stacy knows that his wife, Brandon, and Adrian have something to do with the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn. And he's covering for him. I mean, that's just my truthful thinking on it. I don't think he had nothing to do with it, or he wouldn't be out here doing this. I just think he's trying to cover for his wife that he still loves, right? Because he says, you know, I don't want to talk to her, but you'd be calling. If you didn't want to talk to her, you'd block her number. You know, I'm a man. I don't want to talk to a chick. I'm blocking you. That's the world we live in. Block, done. So that means you still want to talk to her. That gives you a reason to want to protect her. And these people are not trying to protect you. You know, that's just how I see it. Why protect these people? You think Brandon's out there saying good things about you? You think Adrian's out there saying good things about you? They not. They rather you go to prison than them go to prison for sure.
She wanted a baby.
Did she take Michael?
I have no idea.
I mean, she's your wife. You would have some
Sarah
idea
was
if the
also
boy was.
very deceitful and hid everything from me. She had a fucking gun she held Tanner Butler up at gunpoint with. I had no idea or any knowledge about the gun that she had, because Randy Strickland, who was staying with us, asked her to not tell me about it. Because
okay, we got me and damn Stacy. We got to sit down, Stacy. Stacy. I asked you direct questions. Who the roommates were? You acted like you didn't know. We got to talk, Stacy. Stacy, we're going to have a talk tomorrow. When we get up here, we're going to have a talk now, because I clearly asked you. I said, who were the roommates staying other than them? And you're like, oh, no, it was nobody. It was blah, blah, blah. Now there's Randy Strickland. There's these other people. The plot thickens. Okay. Now, if these other people, if they're around, were they around? Was Sarah and them in communication with them? Is this any of these people? Do you have? It just seems like all these people met on the internet to me, right? It's just like a whole bunch of internet people, but in the real world. Like if you just took a bunch of randos and you threw them in a room together, this is the type of shit you get.
I was a felon.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you got in trouble for?
Huh? I got for having my own gun.
Right. Well, you know, the
Were
main
you
thing
offered a deal, like a cooperation deal?
They offered this before they dug the yard, and they said that they would give me a 15 plus 7, but in the condition that I would tell them where the body is. And I said, I don't know where the body is.
Currently, or you did in
a 15 plus 7. 15 plus 7. What is that? 22 years? Is that what he's saying? I'm going to have to ask him about that one too. 15 plus 7. What's a 15 plus 7? He said they'd give me a 15 plus 7. Is that 22 years? Am I tripping here? Did I hear that wrong?
the past.
I have never known where the body is.
Somebody in the chat just said that Adrian was left with a duffel bag. You know anything about that?
No, never even knew that he had a duffel bag with him. He had a backpack.
So
the little duffel bag, I think they're talking about the little duffel bag that he took the clothes to his mama's house in.
Oh, so you unequivocally, absolutely never at any point in your life have seen Michael Vaughn? Never.
I don't even know who this kid was. And that's deep down honest to God with everything in my heart. I have no idea. I've never seen this kid. I didn't even know he existed. I didn't know who typed.
I think he did see him. He just don't know for sure that was Michael Monkey Vaughn. That boy he seen when he pulled over to put the power steering fluid in his vehicle, that was Michael Monkey Vaughn.
Taylor and Brandy were. Mm-hmm. Like, honestly, I have never seen that kid in my day in my life.
Okay, so Brandon had a duffel bag. Excuse me. What was Brandon doing with the duffel bag?
He had his clothes in it. Like, I watched him when we went to go tow the car. I watched him have an empty duffel bag. It was empty, and I watched him fill it with all of his clothes that he had in our house.
Was it your duffel bag?
Yeah, he told me he had a duffel bag. That he went to the house with the duffel bag. That he was there hooking up the Mercedes. That Brandon went inside the house. And that he threw the clothes in the washer, changed clothes, which I found was odd. Why did Brandon have to change clothes? He changed his clothes. Now, here's the thing, another question I got. And this is the $1 million question. I would have to ask Stacy. Stacy, do you have a washer and dryer at your house? Okay, but anyway, him and Stacy and Sarah, they chilled in the truck listening to music, rocking out. You know what I'm saying? Jamming out in the truck. And then he was in there about 15 minutes, according to him. And he came out and they started to head back.
No, it was his.
So you're not missing a duffel bag?
Not at all.
Okay.
What about underneath the house?
There was a
guys, if you're just tuning in, we got like 1,500 of you here. How many likes do we got on this video right now? Y'all guys definitely smash that like button for me, and I'll be here and hang out with y'all a little bit. We got a lot to go over anyway. I still ain't even got to the Kansas City people that were found frozen in the yard. I haven't even really got to the Delphi stuff yet. Of course, Summer's birthday gathering is coming up. I wanted to talk about that a little bit. I'll just, briefly, she has a birthday coming up. They're doing it at a church. I'll share that flyer on my community page for all you guys. Now, Dolly was invited to this, to this gathering for Summer Wells. I'm not going to be able to make it, guys. We got 836 likes. Definitely, let's see if we can hit 1,000. That's 400 of you not even hitting the button. Okay, let's see if we can hit $1,000. A big old G for your boy Dolly today. So I'm not going to be able to make it down to Tennessee on the 2nd. I believe that's the day they're having it at a Baptist church. But I wish everybody the best that is going down. I encourage you, if you're in that area, go support Little Summer Wells. I know a lot of people blame the church, but this ain't that church. This is a Baptist church in Tennessee, and I'm sure they don't have nothing to do with the disappearance of little pretty Summer Wells. Okay, so support that. I believe Don and Candace will be there. Dolly won't be, but I'll be there in spirit, and hopefully we'll get to see some of it virtually. So happy birthday coming up, this Little Summer Wells,
Space, but that crawl space literally it was in the walk-in closet from our bathroom.
Right.
That literally had an empty Savage Arms old box from an old 17 that I had at.
Okay.
Did a dog hit at Brandon's house?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't confirm that because I've been told things through lives. Like doing.
I heard the dog hit on a broken septic line at Brandon's mom's house, and maybe we can get Brandon's mom up here to talk about that. But apparently the dog hit, but then she had a leaking sewer line. I guess it smelled like death and doo-doo. Death and doo-doo.
But I've never heard anything from the police. No.
Yeah.
And if you guys have any further questions, like Eve, that does the same thing you guys do, has literally covered this whole case extensively, like thoroughly. And she just wanted me to point out to you guys, like, if you have questions, like skeptibilities or whatever, to literally go to her. Like, she has the police reports, she has everything.
I just don't understand why you would lie to the feds about saying that there's a body in the backyard.
You have to understand it coming from my point of view and my mental disability that I suffer with, like, not as an excuse, but
what's your mental disability?
I have fetal alcohol syndrome, I have Asperger's, I have autism, which is Asperger's, I have bipolar, intermittent explosive disorder. Now, mind you, 98% of those I've overcome.
I got people disorder. Okay. That's the only disorder I got. I don't like people, but I like you guys. Okay. I like virtual people. I don't like real live people. There's too many monsters in this world. This dude had every syndrome you can name. Okay.
Being in group homes my whole life. But people that have fetal alcohol syndrome, it is very common that people get put in very pressured situations and that instant reaction just to give something to get them to back off.
And you're right. But the problem is,
please ask him kid he saw that day. Okay, PJ even donated to him. Look, go ahead, PJ. PJ said, PJ's World said, please ask him kid he saw that day.
What you told them is what they have evidence that there was someone in the backyard.
Okay, but they did not specify where the dogs hit. They said they hit in the backyard. I told them where he was buried, which was directly across. When you walk out the back patio door, it was directly straight across, right in the middle of the fence, in the middle of the yard. They didn't specify where he was hit. They said that they dug by the shed and that the dogs had hit around the shed area. That's what I've been told. I know, and if you read their report, or you probably can pull it up, she literally, I don't know if it's accessible or not, but I know for a fact that when I gave them that location, they literally, I watched it on video when they were digging at that spot. Detective was on the phone with me.
Mm-hmm.
They dug nothing up. The dogs did not hit in that spot. I watched them.
Mm-hmm.
But you said that he was in the yard.
I said he was in that direct spot, but he was never there. Clearly,
he was in that yard somewhere at one point.
somewhere. Probably, I don't know.
He
I have
probably was.
I don't have knowledge of it.
Well,
Like
I
I
mean,
said,
you
I have
didn't pull
never-
that out of thin air.
He said probably. Now listen. I know he don't listen. That is his wife. He don't want to throw his wife under the bus. But here's the thing. These people are going to throw you and your wife under the bus. That's the bad thing. He's in a bad situation. If he zags when he should have zigged right now, this dude could end up in prison. You know? If he don't know, he should have never said that baby was in that backyard. Okay? He should have never did that. He should have never did that. Even with mental problems, because they haven't found you incompetent to stand trial for anything. Okay? Now, if your syndromes were so bad that they were going to treat you like they did, you know, I believe Sarah is not crazy like that. I believe she fakes it a little bit. I believe she is the puppet master, and all these dudes are like, this girl must be putting it on them. That's the only thing I can think. She must be like, must have that damn, like the rappers would say, never mind, I ain't even gonna get into it. She must have something good going on with her. She must know how to twerk, okay, on the weekends. Because she's got all these dudes all like, you know, I see her. I don't find her that attractive at all, but apparently she ain't got no problem getting dudes. Okay. Let's just say that she ain't got no problem getting dudes. You know, like some people, you know, that, you know, I'm ain't gonna say too much because I don't want to get killed up here by y'all ladies, but I'm just saying I don't find her attractive, but she don't have a problem having multiple boyfriends in the same house. Okay. Like, I don't know how good your game is, girl, but your game could never be that good with me. Never in a million years. She must, boy. I don't know what she got going on. She need to teach classes.
Maybe
Yes, I
Adrian
did.
told you. Maybe
Yes, I
Sarah
did.
told you. Maybe Brandon
No.
told you.
But this is exactly why it's hard for me to do these lives, because people are gonna try to judge me and say that I literally didn't. I had something to do with it. My question to you is why, when they did a polygraph test and I answered every question they asked me about Michael's disappearance, why on earth would I pass that polygraph?
Well,
You don't just get a false positive on a polygraph.
well,
All right,
the thing is, I'm gonna throw something back at you after you.
I don't believe them polygraphs, just like I don't believe them dogs. I don't believe them polygraphs either. I think some of them dogs, I mean, some of them, maybe, I don't know. There's some good dogs. I ain't going to hate on the canines. I'm sure there's some good dogs. Talking about the gun line boss. But I just think most of them dogs are damn dumb as hell, and they're hooked on drugs, and they need rehab.
You know, if you are taking heavy medications and
I haven't taken any medication.
and you have these
I haven't taken medication for years.
Well, do you have proof that you passed the polygraph?
You can probably get it in the affidavit
Because I
somewhere.
mean, you can't use
I
it in
can
a
tell
court
you
law
that
anyway.
three people talked to me about my polygraph, including the guy that did the polygraph in the Meridian Police Department, the Highway Patrol. The guy that did the polygraph told me, he asked, how do you feel you did? And I said, I was honest about everything. He goes, you're right, you did. And then later on, I talked to the detectives. They also verified. Scott Crimmon was also at the Meridian Highway Patrol during my testing. He also said that I passed my polygraph.
Did Sarah pass?
No, according to what I'm being told, no. I don't have confirmation. I'm hearing that from my mom and what the detectives told my mom because Sarah was married to me.
So here's one.
I just don't see detectives telling his mama anything. They're like, is your mama a lawyer? Is your mama like, who's your mama? Does he have a powerful ass stepmama? Like, I don't see them going, hey, yeah, like, we're going to give you inside information, but we ain't going to tell him, but we're going to tell his mama. I don't think that's how that shit works. You a grown ass man. I can tell you this, that they ain't going to put you in little kid jail they're gonna put you in grown up in jail. You know, you should know that when you went to jail for them gun charges, was you in little kid jail? Hell no, you were in grown man jail. So I don't think they're gonna go tell your mom. That I find that a little, you know, maybe your mom has said that to you. They failed, but I don't know if maybe the police have. You never know. You never know.
Here's a common occurrence in these kinds of cases is that people want to give information, but they don't want to implicate themselves. They want to have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Sarah not passing, but you passing. 3 other people may know what have happened, but I don't know what happened.
Okay. Yeah. See, Josh is kind of on that same page as like me. It's like, look, these dudes are coming for you and you're building them up. Somebody's going to take a fall. All right. We know that. We already know that. We know the end game. Now we don't know if they are going to bring up the charges. They say they are. And I think that sheriff out there, he ain't no joke in what he says he's going to do. So if we go by that, somebody's going to jail. And I wouldn't want to be that person. So if I was Stacy, I'd be out here too going, hey, look, I didn't do this. I have absolutely nothing to do with this. People think that the public opinion don't matter, but hey, look at Karen Reed. She's about to walk. Right? If you get a big enough crowd supporting you, you get out there, make enough people feel sorry for you. I guess in this world it ain't supposed to, but it goes a little ways.
And then you see what I'm saying, and you see where I'm going with it. I'm not trying to be rude and trip you up here. I'm just saying you pulling that out of thin air is almost impossible.
And it's not impossible for me.
I said almost impossible.
Okay, and I believe that. Okay, almost impossible, yeah. But for me, it wasn't impossible. If you literally sat there, you would see how literally like how on the verge of tears I was because of being interrogated so hard and so rough. And I told him the same exact thing the very first 4 interviews before the last one, before when I told him about where he was in the backyard. I told him the same exact thing that I've told everybody else. I have never met this kid a day in my life. I've never seen him. I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about him disappearing, any of that.
Do you know what day they gave you the polygraph on?
What, David?
Do you know what day they gave you the polygraph?
It was May 18th, I believe.
May 18th. Write it
It was
down.
literally the day that I got my case dropped for felon in possession out of state when the feds picked it up.
Okay, so while you so you're basically lying to them while you're on the phone with them while they're digging up the backyard.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Okay, that's, you know, he said he told them. He said, remember I said, he said, no, I never called. He never called to tip in. He told them to tip, but I didn't know he was on the phone with them.
Now, see, the thing about the day is, like, you're saying that you and Sarah and Brandon went to Cuna. Now, the thing with Brandon's story, which he's saying that him and Stacy got home and they went to the gas station.
Him and Sarah?
Or Sarah, sorry. Him and Sarah went to the gas station at 7 o'clock.
No.
And it's like, somebody's lying here. Somebody's lying. And
they never went to the gas station. We left in our truck.
See, this is what I mean about them throwing, you know, Dolly. He just said when I told him where he was, that is a slip up. Well, he's been saying he told them he was in the backyard. I don't know if that's a slip up when he's sitting there saying, I told him they were in the backyard. I lied. He was on the phone or being interrogated. Question mark. Done like 8 months. Well, he said he told him this in the interrogation. And then when he told him at exact spot, which is, he knew, right? Then they were over there digging it up and they had him on camera phone, like on a Skype call. And he was talking to the detective and the dog didn't hit because he said he could see it.
To go tow his car upon his request.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you stop at 8th in Arizona again? I'm just curious about that.
To put power steering fluid in the truck. And it wasn't directly on Arizona Street. It was probably about 50, 60, maybe 70 feet, 80, maybe 100 feet behind Arizona, like before Arizona Street. Literally right after you turn left out of our subdivision to go on 8th Street is where we pulled off.
Was Brandon with you?
Yes.
And so when you did that, just about the time that Michael goes missing, you understand that, right? Just kind of coincidental too.
I don't know what else to tell you guys. I've told everything. I've told everything.
Look, I've asked everything that and I know some people are saying, "Oh, Josh, you're being mean." I don't think I am. I'm just asking questions. And I'll let you finish up, Justin.
No, I don't think you're being mean. I mean, I think we're trying to find out what's going on here, and that's the thing. There's 4 different people saying 4 different things. What time were you on 8th, and with the
Guys, you'll be able to ask Stacy whatever questions you want tomorrow night. I'll have him up here with me tomorrow night, and he'll be answering questions from you guys. So, I mean, I have a few questions I want to ask them, but tomorrow night he'll be answering questions from you guys. So you'll be able to ask them whatever you want. You don't need me to ask them. You know what I'm saying? When you get them in here, I'll pull up your comments. Y'all can ask them questions, things of that nature. He's willing to answer them, he said. So he would have came up here tonight. But I told him, I was like, nah, I don't need you up here tonight, man. We'll do a little thing, finish up what you're doing with Justin. And after that, we'll have a little Q&A with you. And I'll let the Dolly Turtles ask you some questions.
power steering fluid?
I don't have an exact time. Like I said, it's probably...
Yeah, he'll be going to Justin's. And then right after he's done with Justin's, we're going to get him over here for a Q&A. Or he's going to answer questions from you guys. Okay, so if you have a question you want to ask them, think about it tonight. Make sure it's something good, solid, that may lead to some answers. And come in tomorrow and ask them the question.
Problem is, like, why do you need to stop right then and put power steering fluid in?
Because when Sarah made the left turn, the whining on the truck, when you have low in power steering fluid and your power steering is low in fluid, it will cause an extensive whine. And it literally sprays everywhere.
Brandon
so we literally knew we were making the trip.
Mm-hmm.
So we stopped literally just for the sole purpose of putting power steering fluid in. I had got out on the passenger side of the truck. Sarah popped the hood. I opened the hood, opened the power steering reservoir, poured power steering fluid in, closed the cap on the power steering fluid, walked back around to the passenger side truck, and we left.
Are you guys on CCTV anywhere?
Yeah, they have that picture as well. They have that.
They have what?
They have the picture of us stopping on 8th Street. They have the video. It was CCTV. That was also recorded. They showed that to me.
But has anybody known that? Is this the first time you're telling that?
Nobody's asked me about it, but I told them everything.
Oh, I didn't. I was just wondering if you were on CCTV at all that day, but they have you on CCTV on 8th in Arizona.
Yes, correct.
With Brandon in the car.
Correct. And Sarah.
Oof. I mean, that's a major problem, right?
That day. Hold on. You saw a boy that day as well, didn't you? You said
yes,
you saw a boy.
further down 8th Street on the very right-hand side in somebody's yard. And he didn't look anything like Michael at any point in time.
Okay.
We didn't ever even approach the kid.
Did the boy you saw have a yellow shirt on?
It was a bright shirt, correct. From what I remember. It was shorts and a bright shirt. And he was a lot taller than the 5-year-old boy. I can tell you that much.
Okay, if he was a lot taller, I truly believe that he might not think it's Monkey, but I truly believe it was Monkey. You know, from the distance he's seen this kid at, he could be mistaken about the hair color. The kid was young enough he was going to play with a toy. How tall, you know what I'm saying? I think he's seen him. I ain't saying that they kidnapped him. I'm just saying I think that may have been who you seen.
Okay.
So who put the power steering fluid in?
I did.
So you're on video getting out.
Correct.
And is Stacy with you at this time? I mean, Sarah?
Sarah? Yeah, she's driving the truck. She was in the driver's seat the whole time. Brandon was in the back seat the whole time. I was the only one to get out of the truck as it's on video and recording, and the video shows me putting power steering fluid in the truck.
They showed it to you?
Yes.
Okay. When is the next time you put power steering fluid in that day? You know?
I didn't have to put it until the next day.
Okay.
I usually had to fill up the truck once a day with power steering fluid.
Was that the only place that you're on CCTV?
No, I was on CCTV at the splash pad.
Yes, he was at the splash
Yeah.
pad at.
Yeah. 1:30. He was at the splash pad at 1:30. Okay. I didn't even take notes. I don't have a notepad or anything. I just, my memory works like that. 1:30, he said he was at the splash pad. He pulled over because his chew flew out. He got out, got on the passenger side. Boom. That's when that picture was taken. My question is this. Later that day, there was another picture taken, and I believe that picture was of Brandon walking. Why was Brandon walking? Okay. If Brandon was putting power steering fluid in your truck, I've seen Brandon. Brandon has the exact same build as the guy caught on CCTV. He was wearing shorts that day and tennis shoes, according to Stacy. The person in that picture, of course, is wearing shirts and tennis shoes and sort of similar, the same body build characteristics as Brandon. Okay, so why is Brandon walking down the street if he was in the truck or in the vehicle?
Is that common? Was that common? I'm sorry, I didn't know if that's common knowledge or not.
No, that's proof. I saw proof from the detectives. They showed me the video.
You knew that, Justin? You knew that he was on video?
Yeah. Yep. He's
That
on
is
video,
Brandon. I truly believe that person on that camera is Brandon.
There at the splash pad, getting out of his truck. He says car rather, getting his snuff.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I heard that. So what happened was that you dropped your chew, you got out, you got it at the splash pad. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I appreciate you answering my questions. I know they come off fast, and
it definitely wasn't Stacy they caught on camera. Okay, because we've seen Stacy. That damn sure won't Stacy. That was a skinny dude, little skinny or slender, tall. I truly believe that was Brandon. And when I asked him, I said, does Brandon walk around the neighborhood? He said, yeah. It wasn't like he said, nah, you don't walk around the neighborhood. So Brandon hangs out. He must walk outside, walk around. Maybe Brandon is the person. He just don't know. Maybe Brandon has done something with this kid. And their time frame is off somewhere because the picture was just Brandon walking. So maybe Brandon has something to hide.
That's just how I think and talk. So
it's okay, man. Like I said, I'm just here literally to tell my side of things. Because if there's one person that's going to tell the truth, it's me. I remember verbatim. I have timestamps that were pulled up on the maps that Justin can show you if you want to see them, or I can send them to you directly.
I would like a screen recording of that, just so that little.
I don't know how to screen record on my phone. I have no idea how to do that. 100% honest. I just got this phone, so
I'll teach you.
So did you guys go to Brandon's house that day?
Correct.
And then so here's another problem. If the dogs hit in the yard at your house, you guys are headed over to Brandon's, and the dogs hit there too. I mean, obviously there's a body that's being transported back and forth, and they're assuming that it's Michael. That's why you guys are suspects, right?
So to be, yes.
Yes. Right.
But like I said,
is it possible that he was with they covered this up with you being in the truck, that Michael was with them and you didn't know about it?
Not at all, because the only thing that got put in the truck, we all walked out together. The only thing that Brandon had in his hand was the duffel bag full of his clothes. I watched him fill his duffel bag up with clothes. It was empty, keep in mind. Watched him fill the duffel bag up.
See,
watched him put it in the truck.
That's what I'm saying. He's defending Brandon and Adrian. These dudes are not defending him. Right? Is it possible that Brandon could have did something? Somebody did something, you know? I tend to think that Stacy is trying to be honest. Maybe he don't know, or he just don't want his wife to get in trouble. Okay? Like maybe he wants to leak a little information, but at the same time, he don't want to bury his wife involved in this. But if your wife had nothing to do with it and it's just Brandon, I would tell it. You don't owe that man nothing.
Truck. We all walked out together. The only thing that Sarah had in her hand was her purse.
Yeah.
And a grocery bag that had 2 or 3 Diet Pepsis in it.
Was Sarah? She was seen carrying a kid. Was she ever?
No.
And so
The
that,
only-
and that's what you told police, though. That's that
Yes.
you're telling the same thing. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
There's nothing that I have said on my lives that I have not told the detectives, just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, and I just don't like. I don't know how. Look, I don't care what you do. You can talk, do whatever you want. But I mean, he filled. So the duffel bag was filled up with clothes. He had that many clothes.
He literally had a stack of clothes, a pile of clothes. And it wasn't a huge duffel bag, keep in mind. It was literally a medium duffel bag.
It's
with,
all it
like,
takes is a medium duffel bag, though. To be honest with you, I
Josh is like, you can do whatever you want. You can talk if you want to.
mean, it's. I used to work in a funeral home, so I know what it. How
I know,
how
and
small-
I'm telling you, I'm verifying on Brandon's behalf. I was a witness to him filling up his duffel bag when it was completely empty the whole time I was in the living room when he was doing this.
Yeah.
He didn't have a bedroom that he was staying in. He slept in the living room on the couch all the time. I have
Well, okay.
pictures of him sleeping on the couch with my dog.
Did dogs ever hit on that truck?
No, not at all.
How did they search that truck,
Yes.
or did you
Sure.
sell that truck?
Do they still have your? Do they still have?
Wait a
your
minute. Wait,
vehicle?
Justin. Wait, Justin.
That
Did you
truck-
sell the
that-
truck?
No, the truck was repoed.
Oh, how long after Michael went missing?
It was July, I don't know, it was like August 2nd or something like that. August 3rd, but it was repoed and the detectives went and picked up the truck for evidence.
Okay.
How did it?
Okay, so they had the truck. They searched the truck for evidence. How did it make Stacy feel to find out? Eli was proven true when law enforcement started. Okay, I'm just reading what their super chat was.
Make Stacy feel to find out his
Hey, Brookie.
lie was proven true when law enforcement started excavating?
1 in 2 small businesses don't plan on buying cybersecurity. Crossing your fingers.
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I regret lying to him, but at the same point,
I mean,
I don't have any information for this little boy. I want to get whoever it is that did this in trouble. I want this little boy to come home to his mother and dad, mom and dad. 1,000,000%, time and time over.
Oh, he's going.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't get up in tears. I don't get up wishing that this little boy would be found for his family. Like,
You
I
didn't have a
am
washing
smart.
machine at your house,
We had a washing machine at the house, correct?
so why did
Okay.
you go to his mom's?
So now I don't have to ask him that question. I think Josh was thinking the same thing as me. I was like, okay, is there a wash machine at your house? Why would he leave his clothes? Why would he take his clothes there? Listen, I think Brandon may have something to do with this, and Stacy might not have nothing to do with it, but he don't want to implicate himself or his wife. That's what I truly think right now.
So
Brandon just said that he needed to go to his house anyways to get new clothes.
But that
So
doesn't
he
make
was just
sense.
going to do his. You're right, it doesn't, but that's what Brandon said.
So what it sounds like, just personally to me, is if you're putting the pieces together and he's got a duffel bag, dogs hit at your house, dogs hit at his house. It sounds like he used that duffel bag for something else.
I'm personally telling you and everybody on here, like I said just a couple minutes ago, I watched him put everything from an empty duffel bag, like the duffel bag was empty. There was nothing in it at the start. Nothing. I
Oh, so
watched
he
him
didn't take any clothes out of there?
Mm.
There wasn't a pile of clothes at the house, or he didn't swap stuff
No,
out?
that's what I'm saying. No, you're just missing what I'm saying. Yes. When
Okay.
he first came staying with us, he emptied the duffel bag. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
When he loaded the duffel bag, it was again empty. There was
So
nothing.
where would he
in it
put his
after
where did he
the-
put his clothes? You have a dresser
on
at
the
your
side
house?
of the couch. On the side of the couch.
Instead of leaving them in the bag.
Correct.
I mean, he must have been in jail way too long.
He must have been in jail way too long. That's some convict stuff right there. That's some convict stuff. Okay, so he's saying, I said the same thing, that he's vouching. He's really vouching for Brandon right now. And right now, Brandon's the one that I believe was seen on the camera. There's a lot of questions about Brandon. Brandon could have, the dog hit at Brandon's mama's house too. Brandon was at his house. Maybe this is something cooked up by Brandon, but his wife's involved and he don't want to get his wife in trouble. I mean, she crazy, but she be calling him. They're still talking. It ain't like him and his wife are not friends right now. I just maybe. Just throwing, different things out there.
He's done a few jail times, correct.
So he took clothes from your house that you had a perfectly good washer and dryer from and drove it 30 minutes away to use
Okay.
his mom's washer.
We're 74 likes away from 1,000. Y'all do me a solid. Hit that like button. Okay. There's like 1,500 of you here. There's been like shit all night long. There's been like 1,500 of you here. So let's at least get me up to 1,000 so YouTube shares my ugly face. All right.
Correct. Why? I don't know. But we also were at a point with Brandon where we were just like, want to argue with him. Brandon was unreasonable a lot with us. Yeah. He owed us so much fucking money. I mean, for everything we've helped him pay his phone bill multiple times, helped him with his car insurance when he had his car up and running.
And did law enforcement, do they have this bag?
I don't know. I, again, have not talked to the detective since November of 2022.
Has anybody threatened you? That's a part of this?
I mean, I received multiple things on Messenger, but I don't even.
Them damn Odinus, okay? I don't know if Josh was going there, but be careful, Stacy. Them Odinus out here, they'll Richard Allen you. You better be careful, right? You next thing you know, you wake up with I ain't gonna say that. That might get me in trouble. I was gonna say a stick somewhere, but I ain't gonna like say where no more. That this, you don't want to be involved in that Odinism. You just, they'll come in for you. You see patches, just look out. Okay, just look out.
Respond to him.
Well, I'm talking about from like Adrian or Brandon.
Oh no, I haven't talked to Adrian. I haven't heard from Brandon. I haven't heard. Sarah called me a couple times, trying to get me to stay with her, and I'm like, oh, I'm not.
Do you suspect her?
I have never seen. I would never think that Sarah would have something to do or do something like that. No.
Well, that's a lot of people though. That,
Yeah, I mean, but it's his wife. I mean, I get that. I get, no, you don't want that. But so.
Oh, trust me. I have no reason to throw Sarah. I have no reason not to throw Sarah under the bus.
Yeah, I disagree. That's your wife. That's reason number one not to throw her under the bus. You said the death do you part, and you never said till prison do you part. Okay, so I think there's a reason to not be truthful. Definitely. I ain't saying that you ain't truthful. I'm just saying there's reasons not to be truthful. You don't want to get your wife in trouble. She was sleeping with this man. Maybe he's a creeper and he's done something with his kid, and you may have some knowledge of it, and you've told the police that, but they done moved the body on you. And you didn't know because you was in jail, and they knew you was going to tell. And what did you do? You told. So they knew what you was going to do. They're playing chess and you're playing checkers. They were a move ahead of you. You got locked up. Let's get rid of the body. He's going to tell. He's going to try to get out of jail. Bam. You told. Nothing. Dogs hit. So I think it's something to do with that. And when it all comes out, you're not worried because you're not the one that did it, but you're kind of covering for the people that did. And they ain't covering for you. They're trying to make it out like you did it. Like, Stacy's in a bad situation. If you did it, you in a bad situation. And if you didn't do it, you're in a bad situation. Either way, you're in a bad situation.
Well, yeah, you kind of do. You kind of do, because if you have any knowledge at all, it's
that's what I'm saying. If I had any knowledge at all, I would have been the first person with no hesitation to let law enforcement know about any information I knew about him.
Right.
Like I told that in every video.
I mean, if that's the case, you didn't love your wife. Like if my wife came to me and said I killed somebody, I'd be like, first off, that is horrible. Is there a reward? Be my second question. And if there wasn't a reward, I'd be like, baby, we got to get you out of town. Now, if there's a reward, somebody's accidentally getting turned in. I didn't make the call. I don't know who hit that 900 number, that hotline. I don't know who got you, babe, but I see you in 25 years, So it depends on the circumstances, but I don't think he's going to go be like, yeah, my wife had something to do with this. But then again, he's so open about his wife sleeping with everybody and things. I don't know. Sometimes I'm confused by it. Like sometimes I'm like, maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
I told the cops that. I said, look, any information, if I had any knowledge, forehand knowledge, I would have been the first to tell you guys. Anything I knew. I was honest with them.
Dolly,
honest here. I told them the same exact thing.
Dolly, if you divorced your wife, would you still love her? If at one point, if I wouldn't be in love with her, but if I love somebody, I'm going to always love them. Okay. I love people I'm not married to, so yeah, I would say, yeah, I would. I don't hate nobody in this world. I wouldn't be in love with that person, but love people. Yeah, I have that love for certain people in my heart. Like if you have kids together, of course, I wouldn't want nothing bad to happen to that person. I'm not in love with that person, but in my heart, I love that person. There's difference between being in love with somebody and loving somebody. There's a totally different thing.
Everybody on my lives. There's not one thing that has changed.
Yeah, and sometimes, after you tell a story so many times, and it has been a while, I don't know if there are discrepancies or not. I've seen a couple of them, but I do know that there are a couple discrepancies. But what you've told here, I mean, seems like you're kind of walking us through what happened, but you're leaving out the part of, well, look, there was obviously something, at least with those two going on, Brandon and your wife, if she agreed to drive him to his mother or to his mother's house to do laundry for God knows what reason, why he's taking his.
Well, the reason they said they went to get the car, not to do laundry. So that's weird in itself that he would take a duffel bag. Okay. If he's seen him put clothes in it, he's seen him put clothes in it. It's a little odd. There's some odd things going on. Odd that he took clothes when he could have just washed them right there. And why did he wait to get over there to change? Why didn't he change where he was at? Little things like that. And with, maybe somehow, some way, they loaded other things in that vehicle without you seeing it. I mean, is it a possibility? Or is it completely impossible? He said he seen him put the clothes in the duffel bag. I don't know. I think we're going to find out. I know that. That's one thing I know. It won't be long. And we'll see where the chips fall. I wouldn't want to be in any other situation of any of these people. If you have some involvement or anybody has an involvement in the disappearance of this kid, you're going to pay for it. You're for sure 100%, without a doubt, without a shadow of doubt, you're going to pay for it. And that is a good feeling to know, right? Whoever's responsible, whatever little part you played in it, you're going to pay for it. I have the confidence. There ain't many police I feel too confident in. Fruitland, Idaho, I feel pretty confident in them police. That from the jump, they said somebody going to jail. I hate to be an innocent person going to jail, but they said from the jump, somebody going to jail. And they don't look like they playing. They don't look like they joking. Somebody going to jail. When they stop talking, that might be when you should get scared, Like when they didn't come back and say nothing, we're like, man, this ain't good. They didn't even come back and say nothing. And then you got people out here, of course, making him sound like he is the person that did it. I don't know. But of course, whatever happens, we'll follow it out to the end until there's some closure of what at least the legal system believes happened to Michael Monkey Vaughn. According to the police, Michael is no longer with us, which is sad, you know. And like I said, I've personally met his family. They are the nicest, sweetest people you could humanly meet. It's terrible that something like this has happened to them. Every family's worst humanly possible nightmare. And, you know, they live through it. Brandy is a tough woman. So that's what I'm saying. For any channels out there that are blaming Brandy or Tyler, the police have clearly came out and cleared these people. They're not responsible. Now, right now, it sounds like one of these people may be responsible. Is it Brandon? Is it Sarah? Is it Stacy? Is it the other guy? Okay. And then, you know, now we got other players that they're throwing in there. Where were they at in all this? You know, every name he names is another player. So every time he throws a name in there, we got to add them to the timeline. Well, where was this person at 9:30? He was your buddy. How do we know they wasn't communicating with somebody else and somebody else didn't grab them? And you may not know, Stacy, but that's involved with Brandon and your wife. If they have other friends, if she's sleeping with that many men, she might be sleeping with some dudes you don't know. Okay, she might be sleeping with the mailman, the milkman, the car salesman, all the men, you know, the whole football team. Damn Idaho State probably hitting it.
Clothes out of his duffel bag, setting them next to the couch. Where, like when he walked in to stay with you guys, where did he set? He brought that duffel bag with him.
Hold on a minute. He said in his interview, he said that he was just spending the night with you.
No, Brendan stayed with us on multiple nights.
Well, in his
he stayed with us for months.
In his interview, he said he had just spent the night with you guys that night.
No, he is completely wrong. That's one of the reasons he owes us so much money. He's in debt with us over $1,000. He agreed to pay us rent.
He's
for
called,
staying with us.
He said that, and this is his words, Stacey, it's not mine, but he said you were a nice guy, but you were a serial liar, is what he said. That's his words.
No.
My
point is this. I'm the one that's provided timestamps of that night in question. Where's Brandon's timestamps? He's very capable of finding some way or somehow to log into his old emails to find pictures of videos that were timestamped that night.
But if you're saying he was with you the entire time,
correct.
You're telling them that there's a child's remains in the backyard, but you say you're lying, and then
she wouldn't sleep with any winners.
Backyard, and then you say there's a duffel bag, a medium-sized duffel bag, and he's washing clothes that you have a perfectly good washer machine at the house, and then you said he didn't bring the duffel bag home back that night.
He did bring it back home. I said that.
No.
Yes, I did. I said he took his duffel bag, put his clothes in the washer, and he got a new change of clothes. I said that.
So he put them back in the bag wet.
No, he got a new set of his clothes. He has like a fucking wardrobe.
Right.
He got new clothes. He left the old clothes in the dryer.
He told me basically the same thing, that he took clothes over there, that Brandon went inside. He put the clothes in the washer. He was in there for about 10 to 15 minutes, and he changed clothes and came back out. Now, my thing is not even the washing the clothes. Is why did he have to go there to change clothes unless he had the clothes there at his mama's house? So he got there with dirty clothes, threw on some clean clothes. And so, you know, you got a missing kid and you got people washing clothes and dogs hitting, even though I don't trust in the dogs. Let's say these are good dogs, right? Maybe let's just say that Brian Laundrie had bad dogs and these are good dogs and these dogs are right. There's too much like odd things for it to be that many odd things. See what I'm saying? You got some coincidences and then you got some shit that's just like, okay, there's too many coincidences. You may have a coincidence every now and then, but you don't have 15 of them in a day.
In the washer and went back the next day with Sarah to his house to go put his clothes in the dryer. He brought his duffel bag back home with new clothes in it.
So what time did he go back the next day with Sarah?
I would say mid-morning.
Mid-morning. Okay. Do you know how long he was there?
I mean, they came back within a couple of
Now, how do we know that they didn't have him? Let's just say you was at home. You went outside to get everything ready for the truck. They go nap this kid, throw him in the truck. You don't see it. Okay. You drive off with him. They get to his house. They hide him at his mama's. You go back, never see the kid. They go back the next day and do whatever they do. Okay. I don't want to get graphical, anything like that. But they go back the following day. Or how do we know that before you left, they didn't have him in a closet tied up at your house and you left? And then when you got back, they took him there the next day. Just some little theories to throw out there,
hours.
And where was Adrian?
He had came back to the house early that morning. He was at the house that morning.
Okay, so he was back. I'm glad I watched it.
And nobody knows where the duffel bag is?
And apparently it's at Brenda's house. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I haven't talked to the detectives since my interview with them in November. Have had no police contact, had nobody contact me from the police department, nothing. That's honest. I don't have communication with cops.
Do you know if they checked, I'm sure that they did, they checked Brandon's mom and dad's washing machine?
Yeah, I'm sure they did. I don't know for sure, but I'm sure they did the whole house search.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, do they really think there was a body in Brandon's backyard? If the dog's hit, why the fuck aren't they tearing up her backyard? Makes no sense. That's what I'm saying. All this stuff that's being said about abracadabra dogs hitting on Brandon's backyard and my yard, maybe they said in my yard, but why would they dig up my yard and say that the cadabra dog's hitting his yard, but not dig up his yard?
Stacy, you told him that there was a body.
Correct, I did, which was a lie. But if they so-called said, this is my point I'm trying to make, if they said that there was cadabra dogs hitting the backyard of his mom's house.
This is the Illogic Clarity, and it's a monitor that most people have never heard of. And right out the gate, let me tell you, this
why aren't they digging up the backyard at his mom's house? That's, again, speculation. There's no documentation from the police, to my knowledge, saying that the cadabra dogs hit on his backyard. I haven't seen anything nor have I heard anything other than hearing it from the media, from what's being said on YouTube videos and talking to Brooks. Again, that is, to my knowledge, is just speculation. Because until I see concrete evidence that the cadabra dogs hit on his backyard, because I'm telling you, if they hit on his backyard, it would have dug his backyard up too.
Well, I don't know if they hit on his backyard.
They said
say crawl space.
No, the crawl space was at our house.
That was their house.
Yeah, the dog, they dug up something, but it was a busted pipe, a sewer pipe at his house.
And the dog hit there too?
No, the dog never hit on the crawl space. Dog never hit inside the house.
Gotcha.
That's just my point I'm trying to make. Like, there's lots of speculation and there's apparently the police have evidence. I don't know what's true. I know that I had no part of this. I know that I don't even know who this kid is. I've never heard of this kid a day in my life.
His name's Michael.
I know his name.
Thank you guys. We hit 1,000 likes. Thank you for everybody that's been subbing up, that have liked the video. You guys are super awesome. Big thank yous. Is Brandon still in jail? No, Brandon is out there. He's been dropping messages on the D to other YouTubers and things of that nature. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to get into I don't know. I wouldn't want to be any of these guys right now. I wouldn't want to be any of these people. Brandon is on the run. I don't think he's on the run. The last time we seen him, he spoke with JLR. He came out and spoke, and he's the one that kind of threw Stacy and them under the bus. So, but Stacy takes up for him. You know, it's a little weird. They had a weird relationship going on. Now I don't know if like, you know, if they all were in it together, kind of like sexually. I don't know. It just seems odd to me.
Now, but I'm saying I don't know this person from Adam. I've never heard of this kid. When he went missing, I was like, who the fuck is he? Other than
Michael.
Yeah, I know. Who the fuck is Michael? Like, I know that now, but I didn't know it. I lived in the neighborhood for 2 years, never heard a peep about Tyler and Brandy or their kids. I didn't even know her.
Yeah.
Never did a tax form, never took their
We
kids anywhere.
definitely don't have 9,000 likes.
I was oblivious. Like,
we only got 1,500 people in the room. There's no way we got 9,000 likes. That would be great. That would be great, but that ain't happening. That's a YouTube glitch.
100%.
I've heard rumors, and these are just rumors, that you may or may not have said, but leaning more towards may, that you saw Sarah with Michael.
No, not at all.
Never.
That's not coming from me. And I heard that too, but I heard it from a friend who follows the YouTube channels.
Oh, so you've heard the rumor?
I've heard the rumor too, and that's not true at all. I've never once. The only child that Sarah and I have ever babysat was my tattoo artist Ian Sturgeon's daughter when she came to visit from Wyoming. And Ian asked us to babysit her because, and she's 8 years, or she's 11, but she liked to come and hang out at our house because Sarah would do crochet things with her, would teach her how to crochet, would teach her how to, you know, would bake with her, bake cakes with her and stuff like that. So she enjoyed hanging out, and I enjoyed her company. Her name was Lexi.
Why would can you just tell me about that? Why would that be a rumor? Why would somebody
I don't know. I have no answer to that. That makes no sense at all because Sarah has never, to my knowledge, I mean, when Sarah and I have been together, we were like Bonnie, like not Bonnie and Clyde, but we were like together 98% of the time.
Oh, that was a bad terminology to say in true crime right there. Stacy, the man just said y'all were like Bonnie and Clyde. Well, you know what happened to Bonnie and Clyde, right? That probably ain't the best one to use. You could have said we were like the fucking Bo and Luke Duke, okay? You said you were somebody that were criminals that got shot up and died, okay? That probably wasn't the best one to use right there. Is we were like Bonnie and Clyde. That's what people are trying to say y'all are right now, okay? Is Bonnie and Clyde. But not in the bank robbing aspect. Y'all wasn't snatching bags. Y'all may have been snatching babies.
and didn't you have Michael's poster on your fridge?
Yes.
She had Michael's poster on her
Yeah, but it's your house too, so you never
Correct.
saw that photo?
Correct, but that flyer was put up when it was given to us by when they were passing them out.
Who gave it to you?
I don't remember. Somebody passing out flyers. I just know it was literally given to us.
I hope it won't me. I walked around that whole neighborhood, stapling flyers up, giving out flyers. I didn't never see him, so I don't think I did. Okay. I did go by his house, but at this time, you got to remember, guys, when I was out there, we didn't know about Stacy. We had no clue. I was just going around the neighborhood looking for cameras and things like that. I had no clue to who this man was when I was actually out there. But we went door to door through the neighborhoods, handing out flyers to people, talking to them. And I don't never recall meeting Stacy that day.
I had Michael's profile picture, his picture of that was on that post picture on Facebook for the longest time, and I've already cleared that up with law enforcement. It was literally to show support of the missing boy Michael. Like everybody was doing. Everybody had a profile pic of Michael that lived around that neighborhood or like close friends, or they had the blue light thing going. You know,
Right.
like
They did have that, and there is signs everywhere. That's what I said about Fruitland, man. I was like, if you want to live in a community where everybody looks out for each other and cares about everybody, go to Fruitland, Idaho. Like, you don't see that for Summer Wells, and it was like, it was good to see that for Michael Monkey Vaughn, that the whole community really cares. I'm talking every business, every fucking telephone pole. You couldn't go in and hand out a flyer. They'd be like, I got one hanging. Everywhere. Brandy did a good job of putting stuff everywhere. When that girl ain't at work, she's out there grinding for her son, and that's super awesome. Look, I'm telling you, There's pictures, flyers. Everybody in that area knows about this situation.
Like literally, we didn't do the blue light thing, but we supported him by posting his picture on my Facebook page and her doing YouTube or TikTok videos with his profile, that missing boy picture in the background of the TikToks.
That's weird.
So, after you get home from your trips and running and all that, what did you guys do before you guys left to do the towing?
We just stayed on that. Like I said, we're at home. I think Sarah made a quick bite to eat, and we literally just chilled until we left. We made a plan. We got ready to go do the tow. I got the tow strap. Brandon watched Brandon pack his bag full of clothes, and we left.
Okay.
And are on CCTV 2 different times.
Correct.
Around the same time, Michael. People were
Correct.
looking for Michael.
Correct.
The interesting thing is Brandon says at 7 o'clock, him and Sarah were at the gas station.
No. Look at the timestamps that I sent you.
Did they get milk at any time that day?
No.
So he's flat out lying.
You say milk?
Absolutely no. Milk. Yes.
Oh God, not milk. Anytime there's milk, a kid goes missing. I hate to say it. I know I'm going to catch some hell about a milk joke, right? But that sounds like a bad omen in the true crime world. When you hear milk in true crime, it's a red flag. It's a big old red flag. I hate to be the one to say it. I'm going to get cussed out in the comments for that one, boy. People don't like the milk jokes. That's like the donkey jokes, the damn. You can't tell a joke up here. I'm just giving you a warning now. Okay. That's a red flag. As soon as they said they stopped to get some milk, I'm like, you know who likes milk? Kids like milk. How many grown ass people are sitting around drinking milk right now? Somebody's gonna be like, Dolly, I'm drinking milk right now. Okay, you're weird. Okay, nobody drinks one. It's 1:45 in the morning. You shouldn't be drinking no milk. But you know,
I saw you drinking milk the other year. Are you a milk drinker?
I love
oh Lord, here we go. We're going in on the milk. Here we go. Like, see, I'm like that too, Josh. That would have got me. I would have got past the milk. The milk would have been it right there. It's just like when the dude said the donkey the other day. I'm like, man, these people are so going to get me canceled off of YouTube. I can't help it. I can't help it. Sometimes I just got to say stuff like my mouth won't stop.
Milk.
Is that an Idaho thing?
I drink a glass of milk every night.
I would go through a gallon of milk in about 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
I love milk, dude. It's my favorite fucking thing to drink in the world.
Milk.
I don't like soda. I like tea, but I'll choose milk over tea any day.
Really? Wow.
Like I piss people off because I'll go to their house and they'll have a gallon of milk, like a full gallon, and they'll go check their fridge like the next day or whatever, and it's gone.
Okay, we ain't like I drink 2%. Okay, I can't drink that thick ass milk. I'm starting, I guess, as I gotten older, I've gotten a little more. Milk don't sit well on my stomach. Thick milk. I used to drink vitamin D milk. Now I'm like, oh no, I gotta have the 2%. That should have killed me.
I can't tell you how many times I pissed off my tattoo artist.
You drank his milk?
Oh yeah, he was pissed. I ended up having to send him money to replace it because he was like, dude, he drank my whole gallon of milk. I'm like, sorry, dude, I just love milk.
There's some things men should never say in this world. And one of those things is never say you drink a man's milk. Okay. Just never say that. There's no way to say it that it's going to come out where it sounds good. Okay. There's just no way some things you just should not say. Okay.
Well, but I like milk too, but not that much.
Oh no, I love milk. I drink milk all day, any day if I could.
It's like you said milk. It's like when you say like fucking chicken nuggets around me. I'm like, oh, chicken nuggets. I like chicken nuggets. I get all excited. I'm like, oh shit. I like chicken nuggets, man. Them bitches are good. Dip them in a little honey, maybe a little barbecue sauce. He got stoked for that milk. He was like, hell yeah, milk, baby.
Not even joking.
He previously said the duffel bag was empty. Now he said it's packed with clothes.
We can tell he was breastfed as a child.
Yes, it was empty when he brought it to the couch and put all of his dirty clothes inside the duffel bag. Correct. That's to clarify, but yeah, that's what it was. It was empty at the start, He brought his duffel bag onto the couch and loaded all of his dirty clothes into it.
Did Brandon stay with you that night?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he stay with you the next night?
Yes. He lived with us pretty much. We like pretty much took care of him, babysat him in a sense, if you mind.
But didn't he have a house?
He wasn't allowed to stay at his house without his mom there.
Look, now I ain't never have a babysitter put it on me like that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really ever have a babysitter, but you know, he's saying that they had to babysit Brandon. I don't think babysitting includes sitting on his face.
His mom was in Arizona, I believe, at the time.
So he's there that night. So during that day, you were never away from Sarah or Brandon or Adrian, for that matter, long enough for them to possibly
not at all
take Michael?
Not at all.
So you guys were all together that day?
Yes.
That's what these new wave people are calling it now, babysitting. Okay, and I'm hip to the term now. So the next time somebody comes up and be like, hey, you want me to babysit for you? I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here.
Adrian stayed overnight in Boise or Napa when they took him to go see his kid on the 27th.
And you say that he has been in, did you say he's been in trouble for sex trafficking?
Human trafficking, correct.
He's been charged with that before?
Yes.
That's not true. It was trafficking of narcotics. Okay. So he's not like, I don't think he was ever charged with peddling kids. Sound of Freedom. Okay. I think this dude's a drug dealer.
I learned that from the detectives, Anita and Scott Kremen.
I mean, that's just another layer that just tells you, you know, I mean, that's.
Well, and here's the thing, like, I didn't know his history at all. I had to learn that from the detectives, and I didn't learn that until after I got incarcerated.
Babysitter's Club.
This is not something that I knew beforehand at all. They came and told me about him. I learned that Dorothy was a sex offender who's Carson's ex-wife.
So Sarah did not have Michael.
Did somebody just fart? Did somebody just fart live on their stream? Oh God, this is about to come. But who just farted? Did y'all hear that? I know I ain't tripping. These headphones are loud, so I heard it. One of these people just farted on the stream. Y'all heard it too? I heard a fart. Yes, I know that was a fart. Like, it was clear as damn day. Like, I'm not tripping. Like, you know, y'all heard it? It wasn't me. Which one of them just ripped ass live on YouTube? All right. I want to ask the chat. If you think it was Justin that just ripped ass, press 1. If you think it was Stacy, press 2. If you think it was the lab, press 3. Which one of them just blew their underwear up? Okay, somebody has a shit stain right now. Okay, this just got really weird. Okay, I see a 1, I see a 2, I see a 3. Lab, was it you, Lab? Are you owning it? Whoever smelt it dealt it. Okay, is that what they say when you were kids? Whoever smelt it dealt it. I see some 2s. I see the Lab. All right, somebody just ripped ass straight in the stream. Okay, they couldn't hold that shit to the end. The world may never know, right? All right, y'all check y'all's drawers. Check your drawers. Somebody just ripped one.
Go on.
No,
never once.
Not at all. Never during that day. Not at all. Not at.
That's what all that milk drinking to do to you, right? It'll fuck your insides up.
Oh, and I'm not. I would. And if I knew something like I said, I would not cover for her. I don't give a fuck if she's my wife or not.
Mm-hmm.
At no point in time would I ever be okay with finding knowledge about this or knowing anything about an abduction or somebody taking a child ever.
So I just thought of something. What time did you guys leave? You said?
I think it was like 6 or 6:30.
And you guys didn't get back till 10:20?
Correct. You know, keep in mind, the reason it took so long is because we had to take the back roads. Keep in mind, we also snapped the tow strap, so I had to get out.
Why did you have to take the back roads?
Because you can't drive on the interstate with a tow strap and a car being towed behind a car. You just don't do that.
Milk.
I don't know. I'm just asking. I have no clue.
No, that's exactly why I chose.
I
told her
understand
to take
that
the back
part,
road.
but
So you, what is?
There was another triggering word in it, but I ain't gonna go into it.
What is the convenience of taking the back roads because of that? And how much longer does that
Because-
add?
I mean, you can't with towing. You can't go like 70 miles an hour and pull something. You gotta
Exactly.
go-
You can only go 35, 40 miles an hour at
I
top.
understand that part. But
On a tow truck?
No, it wasn't a tow truck.
He didn't have a tow truck. He's dragging this car down the street with a strap. Okay, with another person driving the car behind him, some Beverly Hillbillies type shit. They ain't doing no tow truck, not no lift, it's not on a trailer. It's straight ass being pulled with a strap. Bumper to bumper.
He literally
Don't people tow
tied
trailers
me.
all the time?
There was no, yeah.
they did
We
it with
weren't
like
on
a
a
rope.
trailer. We literally were on a tow strap,
Gotcha.
like
Okay.
a strap
I got
that was connected directly to his vehicle to the back of the truck.
Gotcha. Okay. A tow strap. I understand now.
They didn't get home till 10:20.
Uh-oh, I see Justin Squirrels kicking. Look, you see a squirrel spinning? You can see it. You can actually see through his forehead right now, and you can see his fucking squirrels running on the wheel.
Ouch. Oh my God.
We have Adrian at 4:47.
Oh, look, they're serving dinner. Ouch.
All right, man. Well,
Okay.
yeah, I appreciate you answering. Best of luck to you, man. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
answering
Hey,
my
I appreciate
questions.
you guys. Like I said, I'm sorry to cut it off. You know,
It's all
I
right.
don't have a problem answering questions. Like I said, I'm trying to be upfront with everybody and do
Okay, well, I have to say, Josh wasn't too bad on him. Everybody was like, I thought Josh would go a lot harder than he did. Josh didn't really go that hard on him. He asked him some questions, but it wasn't nothing like it's pretty to the point. Like he didn't do the lead ups to the questions. He just hit you with the questions. You know, I like to skirt around the questions a little bit, fill you out, then I hit you with the question. Josh's like, hell with the filling out process. Yo, bro, did you do it? Where's this girl at? Why you lying to us? And you gonna tell us right now. He probably did it in the damn Macho Man voice. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so anyway, let's jump back over here to my face. Okay, to my face. So Stacy added some new things in there. I think, definitely added a few new things that he didn't share with me when I asked him about other roommates and things like that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to dig into Stacy a little bit tomorrow of some of the things he told me why he didn't. Like he pick and chose what he wanted to tell, and then he told more details. But when I asked him the questions, he was like, "Oh, I can't remember. I ain't too good on selective memory. Got to get his milk. Okay, got to get his milk. Now I don't know. I'm just in the true crime world. When you hear the milk thing, people go crazy. Like, oh man." But there was a few red flags in it to me. I'm just joking about the milk stuff, guys. Don't come torch my house and stab me with pitchforks. There was a few things that stuck out to me. I'm not going to go over those things right now because there's going to be a couple things I want to ask him about when he comes up here tomorrow. So if you have a question for him, of course, after he does his interview with Justin, I'm going to get him up here to do a Q&A with you guys. He would have done it tonight, but I was like, nah, because I want to go over the interview, see the things you said, because I hadn't seen it, truly hadn't seen it. So this is the first time I watched it. And then, now I have some things that I want to go back and ask because he added on to some of the things I had asked. So if you haven't, of course, like the video. Okay, what else I want to talk about? These people, these 3 Kansas City fans. So that I put that video out today, and that video did a lot of people are interested in this story. I didn't know so many people were into the story because there ain't a lot of news really on the 3 people. I mean, there's a bunch of internet rumors and things that are going on that the guy at the house was a mad scientist and he may have put something in these people's food or drink. You know how the internet is. They'll accuse everybody. You're guilty on the internet to 100% proven innocent. But I have to say, it was strange, right? Like, it is super cold here in Virginia tonight. My pipes froze today. I literally, in the freezing cold, had to go under my house, take a heating pad, wrap it around my pipes, okay, and pray to little baby Jesus that nothing bust and my water turned back on, okay? Because apparently Dolly didn't leave nothing dripping like a big dum-dum in freezing ass cold weather. All right, so it's cold all over this country, guys. Please be careful. These people froze to death in 30-degree weather. Dead, gone. And at this point, it looks like they froze to death, but it may be something else. I'm thinking at some point for 3 young people, healthy people, to just drop dead. Let's be honest, drugs. Some type of drugs. But the odd thing, like I said into the video, for people that watched my video today, last time I looked, that thing had almost like 10,000 plays. There was no drugs found. But then again, the guy in the house had a couple days. And here is the weirdest thing of it all. Their wallets and keys were in the house. Make that make sense. What dude takes his wallet out at another man's house and leaves his wallet inside? The police are saying there's no foul play. Look, I ain't Sherlock Holmes. You know, I watched a couple of detective movies. I watched the next 48, 60 Days In. But I don't think it takes a genius to see that there's some type of foul play. Something's wrong. If somebody sold them something that wasn't what they said, then they killed them. Somebody is responsible for the deaths of these 3 men. You can't just let people go, oh, they froze to death. All right. Yeah, no, these ain't homeless people. These ain't people that, like, it don't make sense. You cannot in a normal world be like, that makes sense. Okay? Can't even make it make sense. Now, if one person was out there drunk and they passed out outside and they froze to death, I could understand it. I've gotten drunk and passed out outside, okay, in a bush. Thank God it was summertime, okay? I wouldn't freeze to death. But I could, if I would have did that in the wintertime, I mean, I can understand people freeze to death that way. They get to drinking and they feel like they're warm and they just pass out. And next thing you know, they freeze to death. They find homeless people like that all the time. The cold front that has just moved through the country has done killed like 50 people already. So you can die out there, but this ain't homeless people. They're at the house. Like, did they knock on the door and nobody come to the door? And how they just die in the yard like that? One dude is on the back porch dead, and the other 2 people are in the yard dead. A lot of people have been like, yo, man, that's drugs. It's drugs. Nobody dies like that. Like, maybe one person, crazy, maybe 2, but to see 3 different people, young, healthy men that could have walked somewhere to get warm, to just lay there and freeze to death. Somebody says bad drugs, question mark. It gotta be that. It has to be that. And if that's the case, that is terrible. And you know, they were partying, they were celebrating the game and things of that nature. Like, football fans are crazy. That's like last night, Green Bay. What was it? Green Bay versus San Francisco. San Francisco won it right there at the end. I only know that. I don't watch a lot of football, believe it or not. Everybody thinks because I wear that Raiders hat, I must be a huge, super football fan. I was, when I was young, I was a huge football fan. I just ain't too much these days. I don't have as much time to follow baseball and football and all the sports that I used to watch when I was a young man. But you know, I'll watch if I'm forced. Like, I ain't got no choice. So I was at the fights Saturday night and the game was on. That's how come I know who won the football game. Usually I wouldn't have a clue to what's going on, but it was on simultaneously as I was watching the UFC fights. So it definitely don't make sense. Listen, let's do a little vote or I got you here. If you think there's foul play in the 3 Kansas City fans, press 1. Okay. If you think they just happen to freeze to death outside, press 2. I don't know how that could happen. I just don't. I'm a 1 person. Something happened. Either together they consumed something that hurt them, or somebody's giving them something to hurt them. But the wallets, I look at all these people saying 1. When I heard that the wallets were inside, okay, when their wallets were inside that house, I was thinking, dudes don't take their wallets out there. I don't trust nobody. I damn sure ain't leaving my wallet at somebody's house like that. And then there's somebody alive the whole time inside. And when the fiance went over there banging on the door, they didn't come to the door. They literally had to break into the house. And this person's in the house dancing around naked like Hannibal Lecter. Okay. Like Buffalo Bill. I mean, I don't know. I'm adding that. That might have been a little bit of Dolly add-on right there. But there's somebody in the house. There's a damn dead body like on the back porch, like John O'Keefe. And 2 in the yard. And how can you not know that in the house that you got the people's vehicles? So this person didn't leave the house for 2 days, didn't look outside. To me, that is a suspect. Okay. I hate to be like pointing the fingers and things like that, but I would have to, if I was a detective, which I ain't, I'd have to double question that person. I'd be like, man, we're gonna have to sit down and talk about this, because that shit don't make sense. So rest in peace to them 3 people. That is just crazy. And if it is, how fast is, like, can you freeze to death that quick? Do they get hit like a snowball from like Sub-Zero? Like, it don't make sense. I mean, in a video game, I can see it happening, get instantly frozen. But how do you get frozen in 30-degree weather? 30 degrees really ain't that cold. It's colder than 30 right here where I'm at right now. You walk outside, it's cold, right? Because like I said, my pipes froze today. I had to crawl into the house, hook some stuff. Oh, my water did turn back on. Thank God. I got it dripping now. I meant to fill y'all in. I learned from my lesson after, freezing to death under that dirty house with spider webs today. I don't know. I'm scared of spiders too. I got up in there, spider webs all over me. But like I said, I wrapped a heating pad around everything and plugged it in and put it on high. And about 45 minutes, my water turned on. I was like, okay, now let me make sure it's dripping so I don't have this problem again. But yes, I've heard the same thing you just said there, Hills in the air, that it was that type. I don't want to name anything because YouTube's funny about what you say. Okay. So we ain't no medical professionals, and I don't know what these people were doing, but they're waiting on the toxicology report, and that should tell us a lot. All right. Now, like I said, they're blaming it on a mad scientist, the internet, and you can't make up the internet. It is the monster that it is. Okay. People start to speculate, people start blaming stuff. And sometimes the truth is somewhere in the middle of that. Maybe this is just a freak accident, or these people did some illegal street drugs and they all died and they just happened to be outside, and freeze. But when you hear their family speak, it's like they would have never did that. Sometimes you make bad decisions in this world. Even if you just say you've never done drugs or anything of that nature. I'll give you a prime example, and this is a super sad story. I don't even really like sharing this one much. In my band days, my guitar player, this dude Russ, he reminded me of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Okay, rest in peace, Russ. So I'm going to start this story with an RIP, so it's not a good one. Okay, Russ, we toured the country together playing music, and Russ a big guy. He's like my bodyguard most of the time, right? But he was my guitar player in the band, and then he was my security because he was so big, right? But anyway, I've never known Russ to barely drink anything. Never, I've always smoked and things of that nature. Never known him to do any drugs, never nothing. All right. But then there was this one night. It only takes one night. He went off with these girls and he ate some hallucinogenic drugs. I don't want to tell the whole story because it's kind of long and drawn out. He pretty much goes to his girlfriend's house and thinks he's wrecked his truck. And he's hallucinating. He's not all there. And she goes out to look for his truck. He takes all his clothes off and he leaves. He goes into the woods. He had took his own life. Just to keep it quick, not a long story. There's way more details to it. But basically, I've never known the man to do no drugs, but that night he did. And he also that night took his own life, which is a super, super sad story. Russell was a good dude. He had just had a kid. So there is a younger generation of him running around, which, I guess keeps that name alive a little bit. But, rest in peace to my boy Russ. You just never know in this world, right? And like I said, I toured the whole country with him. You would know, you get to know people's habits. If you never see him drinking, you don't never see him smoking, you don't never, you think, this dude don't do these things. But if you get around people that do, and you let your guard down for 1 minute, like, hey, try some of this. And you're like, oh, okay. And boom, it only takes that one time. Zig when you should have zagged. If Russ would have said no, he may still be here today. You know what I'm saying? But that night he didn't. And the two people that he was with, I still don't to this day talk to. I still to this day. And they were actually two girls that I know. And I don't talk to either one of those chicks to this day. Because I just felt like they talked him into doing something that he wouldn't have normally done. And now he ain't with us. So I kind of blame them, but you can't force he's a grown man. He made his own decisions, but I still kind of blame them a little bit. I hold them at fault. Now I don't know. I wasn't there. That's just how I feel inside because I knew the guy. I knew him that well. I was like, man, somebody done talked him into doing some dumb shit. So maybe that is the case in the three Kansas fans. Maybe they had one knucklehead friend and they thought they were doing something they wasn't doing and they got it off the street and it was something else and bam, they're dead in the yard. I mean, it's only so many things it could be. And I'm almost willing to bet when their toxicology reports come back that there are going to be some drugs in their system. I ain't a betting man, but I would almost bet on that. Okay. That there's something like that going down. So that is sad. Rest in peace to them. And people, definitely be careful out in this cold. Mother Nature is dangerous. People do be freezing to death. Get to somewhere warm. I can tell you this. I would go stand in a store till they called the police and put me in the jail before I froze to death. They'd be like, hey, you're loitering. And be like, yeah, I'm also warm. It also got heat, jail. But I'll share another story. This is a quick one. I was in the city jail for a fight I got into at a bar. But while I was in there was this dude, a young man, he was homeless. Okay. And this dude was the most stankiest person I ever smelled in my whole life. I've never smelled nothing like this on the planet. But he actually took a brick and threw it through a window in front of the police so he would go to jail because he was homeless and it was getting cold. So he spends his winters in jail. And then he sleeps in like dumpsters and things like this in the summertime. And he couldn't have been no older than 20, 21 years old. Nastiest smelling person I ever smelled in my whole entire life. I've never smelled nothing like it. To this day, he smelled like a walking corpse. Okay. If you could smell like a real live zombie that's been dead for 10,000 years. Okay. He smelled like that. And it's sad that, but hey, look, he had 2 arms, 2 legs, He didn't seem like he was mental, other than he was dirty and stanky. This guy could have worked a job, you know. I don't know. But he would get himself locked up because it was cold. Believe it or not, that's better than dying. Okay? At least in there they got heat. You get a blanket. They'll bring you your damn food. It sucks. But think about it, he was eating out of a dumpster. If you eating out of a dumpster, and this is another thing that was crazy, is like everybody in the cell felt sorry for him. So they were giving him food. So he had a bunch of food on his bed. This dude literally walks down. I can't make this up. I can't even make this up. So we done gave him cookies, chips, just different things. They're clothes because we wanted him to change because he stunk so bad. He goes down and starts eating out the trash in the jail. I don't know if you ever seen that. He was homeless in the jail. Like, how are you homeless in the jail? The jail is your home, right? He was literally homeless in the jail. Like, I thought when the boy went to sleep that night, he was going to climb in the fucking trash can. Like, he was literally, if you took a savage, I mean, just a straight somebody out of a cave in the Amazon somewhere, right? Like, where do you even, like, it was that, like, we felt sorry for him, and then we wrote him out the pod because he stunk. Okay? No lie. Can't make it up. I don't even know why I'm sharing that story. But look, even bad people will feel sorry for you. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of bad people. Well, I was in like a misdemeanor pod, so there wasn't nobody really bad. You know, it wasn't like robbers and killers. It's people that didn't pay their child support and stole DVDs from Walmart. It's like low level, you know what I'm saying? And then people feel bad for you, but they didn't feel bad enough. They didn't write his stanky ass out the pod. They were like, he got to go. They're like, yo, Jimmy, we need you to sign this shit to get him up out. I was like, I felt bad for him too, but after, you know, you can only be so nasty and be around people, you know. We ain't in the most sanitary environment anyway. We don't need you to be, and you're so close to people when you're locked up. It's almost like being in boot camp or something. You're sleeping this close to somebody. So if you don't go take a shower, or if you stanky, like people are going to make you bathe. And that's basically what we had to do to this guy, is make him go take a bath. We were like, yo, man, here's a towel, here's some soap, here's some shampoo, and all these things. And this is where this dude goes and takes a shower, right? He goes and takes a shower. He comes back. He smells worse. Literally, I mean, worse than he did before he bathed. It's like if you took the dirtiest dog you could find and gave it a bath, and then, you know, that smell that, I mean, but if you took a sewer pipe and you sprayed it on a person, this is how bad it smelled. And that is sad, man. I don't know what move you made in life to where, you know, because I think about that. You're only a few bad mistakes from being in a dumpster somewhere. I always look at life like that. Like, I better choose right, because when you see things like this, people really live like this. And I'm thinking, man, I whatever mistakes I'm making, I don't want to ever end up in a situation where I'm eating food out the trash in the jail. Okay, where they give you the food. Here's your food. You like, it's insane. So speaking of jail, Richard Allen, the Delphi murders. Okay, the Delphi murders. Anybody been following that? All these cases lately have been super, super insane. Just insane. The Delphi murders are insane. The stuff that's going on with Richard Allen is insane, with his court and him getting his lawyers back, him getting more charges. So did he do it? You know, he confessed, but it don't make sense type stuff. I just don't know. And, you know, they say he's been treated unfairly, that he's been moved around like Hannibal Lecter. And instead of putting him in jail, they put him in prison. Now, I thought that was weird, right? Like, because, you're innocent to proven guilty. And they said they put him in prison for his own safety. I've never heard that said before. Well, we got to put you in prison for your own safety. Well, I think it's a hell of a lot safer being in the jail than it is being in the prison. Okay, we hear about people getting killed in prison. I mean, you hear about people getting killed in jail too, but not as many as you do prisons. So you got this dude housed in a prison, but then again, he's not helping himself because he went in there, not eating. He started eating paper, acting crazy. And then, of course, we even said it tonight, about the Odinism, the patches, and the whole thing with Abby and Libby and how their bodies were positioned and things of that nature. So people believe it had some occult thing to do with it. And, his defense team is saying that the guards are Odinists. And they, under the stress, he has confessed to the murders of Abby and Libby. I don't know how much stress you would have to be under to confess to a murder you didn't commit. Just like Stacy Wondra, right, told them the bodies were there and weren't there. So why do people just do these things? Like, you could get me in a room with a bright light on me and you could torture me and whatever. I'm not confessing. Well, I mean, if you tortured me, I might say some shit so you stop. But I mean, if you just asking me questions and you're not physically hurting me, I ain't saying shit. We can sit there for 6 months. We just sit here as long as we want. I'm not confessing to nothing I didn't do. You just can't talk me into that. So, and I damn sure wouldn't get on a phone and look. Like I said, I've been to jail. There's a sign right on the fucking wall in jails that say these calls are being monitored. They're being recorded. So your call is being recorded. So you get on a recorded line and say you killed somebody. And then I can't feel sorry for you that you in jail, even though I feel like this dude didn't do it. People are like, what? You don't? I'm like, yo, man, I don't think he did it. He may have something to do with it, but I don't think he did it by himself. There's no way. There's just no way. No way. You cannot convince me that Keegan Kline is not involved in the Delphi murders. You can't. If they don't connect these two people, I'm a no-go with the Richard Allen being in jail. They literally got this man in jail on a bullet that was never fired from a gun. You ever heard that? You ever heard that one? This bullet wasn't even fired from the gun. This was an ejected bullet that was never fired from the gun. They say it matches his gun. I don't see how that's possible. And this is what they used to get this search warrant that led to his arrest and him confessing and things like this. And he was trying to get that thrown out. Is he responsible? He may be. But he didn't talk to those girls. He would have had no way to know them girls were there. So somebody told him. Somebody tipped him off. And that person was Keegan Kline. They just don't know how to connect Keegan to Richard Allen. And if they don't figure that out, I would have a hard time seeing this dude go to prison for the rest of his life. If you can say, hey, he's connected to these people, he knew these girls were going to be out there. It was like he led sheep to slaughter. I could say, okay, I agree with that. Okay, he told his people. But if you don't connect these two men, you would have an easier chance convincing me that Keegan Kline right now is the Delphi killer. If I was sitting on a jury or anything, or just trying to convince me as a person, you would have an easier time convincing me that Keegan Kline is responsible for the death of Libby and Abby. Lynn, thank you so much for gifting $5 memberships. Big love to you, virtual hugs. If you got a membership from Lynn, make sure you thank her. That is super awesome of you guys. Thank you for the support, the likes, and everything tonight. But I always believe this: what you do in the dark always comes to light. Always. So these people that think you're gonna come out here and you're gonna kill our kids, kidnap our kids, do all these things, you're gonna pay, and you're gonna pay with your life. Okay, you may pay with the rest of your life in prison, but when this life is over, you're gonna pay for eternity. Okay, you're gonna pay. If you don't physically pay for it in this life, when you check out and go to meet the Maker, you will pay for what you've done, for sure. And whoever's responsible for all this stuff, what happens in the dark comes to light. You'll eventually be found out. Technology catches up with everybody, and you will pay for your crimes. And that's how it should be. We shouldn't be scared to walk down the streets in the world we live in. If you're a monster, you're a monster. Now, you got to be lucky I don't run the justice system, because we wouldn't even have a death row. Why are you waiting? What are you sitting on death row for? What did they ain't got enough needles? What's the hold up here? What's the hold up with all these people sitting on death row? I'm an eye for an eye person. You take a person's life and you purposely do it, you should purposely lose your life. That's what I believe in my heart. Now, there's circumstances, accidents do happen. Now, do I believe you should lose your life over an accident? No, not at all. That's why they call things accidents. That's why some shit is on purpose. But if you purposely go out within this tent in this world to go take the life of another person, you don't deserve to be with us. You don't. You know, some people are like, oh my God, what about all these wrong people that get executed? I feel so bad for them people. I don't want nobody that didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But we shouldn't let monsters in our world be safe because of that. We just got to make sure we don't make mistakes. But let's don't stop getting people up out of here. We need room anyway. You know what I'm saying? We need room, and we don't need these bad people in our world getting out of jail, committing the exact same crimes, hurting kids, murdering people. I don't even know what to say about it. You know what I'm saying? It angers me. It angers me that there's murderers right now that have murdered people and they're walking the streets. Did 15 years, 20 years. They did it when they're young. So they 45, then murdered somebody and walking the streets, working next to you. Nah, man, that ain't justice. That ain't justice to me. You know, sitting the rest of your life in prison has never been justice for me, for somebody that takes somebody's life. I think, and not only that, but these heinous crimes that the people are committing. And when I mean heinous crimes, I mean these, I don't even want to say the words, but people going into malls and schools and you on video. There should be no trials. There should be no hearings. There should be take you out to the town. And if people were punished the way they should be punished, I think we would have a lot less crime in this world. If you cut the hands off of everybody that shoplifted, in this country, you probably have a whole country full of people missing hands. Okay, but in other countries, everybody has their hands. People just don't steal. Okay? Because they're scared of the consequences that come with it. I don't think people are scared of consequences in our country. I just don't. Or they don't think about them at all. Because people will kill you over next to nothing. You know? You bump into somebody wrong, get killed. Go check your mailbox, you end up in a cult. You got to tread these waters in this world closely. Keep an eye on everything, okay? Look, guys, I've been here with y'all for 4 hours. I got to get ready to go. It was cool. I think I touched on everything that I wanted to get to. I didn't really get into the Summer Wells stuff as much as I wanted to, but like I said, Duck and Felonies gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Duck and Felonies. But her birthday is coming up. Like I said, I was invited, but I ain't going to be able to attend. I could go into a long, drawn-out story, but I won't be able to make it in time. But I do wish everybody down there the best, and I hope it goes really crazy, and I hope YouTubers don't turn it into a circus. But lately, everything's been going good. that I've been seeing coming out of Tennessee. I've been hearing rumors about Don being in rehab, but I think that's all bull crap. You know, he'd be in the background. Talking about Don in rehab, he'd be right there. I don't think that man's in rehab. But anyway, guys, y'all be good. I will see y'all when I wake my lazy ass up tomorrow. Until then, peace.